listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before I've even been in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really, that's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed, or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store, and all of a sudden I see that yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff like all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and say, "Stop! Don't go there." At that time, I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish, and I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me. He says, "No, I have to just get out, or get me, or just please let me." But I do remember I hold him and says, "If you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away." And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall. And if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in a second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, the name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to co-authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all it are taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So
awesome.
Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or border cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina Coast and we are looking after, well, we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing. I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after, we found the stress signals that belong to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through.
Incredible.
And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or if someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, you know, police or officers. Just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families, sure, or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said, I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because you know, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see, and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very you know, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value, and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest, and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they wanted to feature me, and after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had a interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do, actually help them out.
So when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. and they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really
Attitude,
good places
yes.
right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this is taking you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice,
Okay.
A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
So naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like for Persian Medium? Oh my god, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew! That's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving.
It's all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirits. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised with. Like she could read me, like things I was in denial of. She was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It was happening.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it. You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square Today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theausiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. As you can see, I'm still in my temporary surroundings. I have got a place, and I'm due to move out, not this weekend, but next weekend, which is fabulous. In Australia now, we're experiencing quite a lot of rain after the bushfires, so I want to say thank you to everybody who put their thoughts and wishes into helping us get the rain through, because it certainly worked. The last few days we've had torrential rain in most places. We've still got bushfires, but not as bad, and certainly not round where I am. We had the biggest biggest hails I've ever seen. I've been a couple of times when we've been in hailstorms where the hailstones have been as big as golf balls, but these were actually as big as tennis balls, and there was cars that were absolutely smashed, the windows and everything. So we've had everything in Australia in the past week, only in Australia, as I always say. So just to give you a quick catch up, thank you so much for watching my show. I want to say a thank you to the people who come over from my Facebook page and my YouTube channel too, because you comment too, so I know you're here watching as well. So thank you for following me. It means so much to me. I was having a talk to someone last night who had a reading, and they said that they really enjoy my readings because I'm very direct and very honest, and I don't really sort of think about it that way. I just do what I need to do. I'm a no sort of bells and whistles sort of person. I am what you see. I don't do anything any differently. So I'm glad that people really enjoy my down-to-earth and honest approach. So first off, I'll give you a bit of a read for today. If you are interested in looking, I do daily readings on YouTube, and I do weekly star signs as well. I haven't been as present on my YouTube channel because I've been moving house, so it's certainly been a little bit sad for me not to be able to do the readings for people, but I'll be back from hopefully this weekend, and then after that in my own place. So I'm really looking forward to this one because I've got somewhere to set up a proper space for myself. So I'm very, very excited, and I won't need to do it out of the bedroom, which is awesome. So yeah, big journey for me. I got a bit of a nudge from Spirit one day, and they just said, time to go, and here it is. And my transfer came through in a day, and then I applied for a place the other day and got that back within hours of applying. So I know that I'm doing what I am supposed to be doing. I'm very much a person who trusts in the universe. I trust in what they lead me to do. So, all right, let's have a look at the energies for today. Now, I'll try not to look down at the cards too often. I'll try and keep my head up as much as I can, because I know it's probably a bit distracting when you're looking downwards all the time. So we do have the Star card coming out first. So the Star card, that's a little bit bright, so I won't hold it up. The Star card is a card that talks about faith and trust and healing. And I guess that's just what I've been talking about a little bit too. The idea that you can give up control and just allow the universe to do what it needs to do. So once you've asked for something or put something out into the universe, then what you would do is you would just wait for it to be returned to you. So for some of you today, you're getting some sort of message in about work, job, or even education here. Something you've been waiting a long time for is about to come to you here. I can see you waiting. So for some of you, this has been a long time coming, and I want to say to you, the universe is about to hand you something now. It may not look exactly as you wanted it, so please understand that sometimes we get gifts from the universe that aren't quite in the shape we want them, but this is right for you. And it is coming through, and it's a beautiful truth, and it will bring stability in. So whatever you've been waiting for is about to come to you. Now, for those of you who understand that in order to bring manifestations in, you have to be prepared to do the work too. So this is about, you understanding your connection with spirit, learning that, being grateful is really important for manifestations. So being grateful of what's coming to you, but definitely something beautiful in its way. And for some of you, this is an actual wish. So if you've been wishing for it could be a job for some of you, it could be education or an offer at university, but whatever this is, I feel like you've waited a very long time to really get this coming your way, and you've put in the work that's really important. So that's really nice. So enjoy that. I do have my first caller coming in. So I do have Teresa in Fresno, California, USA. Hello, Teresa.
Hi.
Are you there?
Hello,
Hi,
dear. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
We're good over here. Sunshine, a little bit of rain. We can't complain.
Perfect weather. California's a beautiful place.
It is. It is. So is Australia. It's very pretty.
Where am I from? Sydney, Australia. So I live in actually just, I'm in Wollongong now, but that's about an hour out of the Sydney area. But the Sydney area is very large, so about an hour away. But what can I do for you today? Did you have a question for me?
Well, I was just checking out my friends at A1R and just wanted to say hello, and I don't really have any specific questions. I just, if there's anything that you feel like you need to tell me.
Okay, beautiful. I've just been doing the daily read, and I feel like this somewhat applies to you. Sometimes we wait for things to come to us, and we're very patient, and we put in the energy to bring things in. And I feel like you're just about to get something coming in for you that perhaps you've either wanted to manifest or been waiting for a while. There seems to be a little bit of apprehension on your side, or a little bit of anxiety about whether this is right for you. But I want to say that some opportunity is coming in for you that is going to put you, I think you feel the energy coming in. I think you actually are quite intuitive. So it could be that you already feel this change coming in for you, but it's very nice. It's something you've been waiting on. I feel like it has something to do with work or some sort of project you've been working on.
I've been working really hard to try to be more in tune with my soul and the universe, and whether it's stones or just doing meditations or just talking to people in the same group, just really trying to feel what I'm supposed to do. And I know that at times you get told in which direction you're supposed to go, and that's pretty much what I'm just rolling with the punches. I'm just seeing where it goes.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think that you're on the right track with things. I think you're a very gracious and grateful person. So I have no doubt you're on the track for good things. So whatever this is, it's something that's going to help you make changes, and it's going to bring in what you want. So beautiful energy for you here, Teresa.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was such a beautiful reading.
Welcome. No worries. You have a beautiful day.
Thank you, dear.
Thank
Bye
you.
now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. it's always so lovely to speak to people. I love people's energy, and sometimes people come through with such beautiful spirituality. It's very, very generous, very, very loving, very kind. So there's not a day goes by when I don't think, what my higher self, or, whatever the person is for you, that I was going to say report to then. How funny. Sorry, Spirit. It does sound really funny. Whoever that you follow, whether it's your God, your higher self, your spirit, your universe, feeling every day grateful for that. And, we all have days where we feel a little bit down, or we feel a little bit like things are not as easy, or maybe a little bit more difficult than what they are normally. And I feel like for some of you, it's, a matter of understanding that we all have down days, understanding that we all have anxieties, understanding that we all have fears. And for some people, that can be quite debilitating. So I want to say, if anybody is experiencing that at the moment, love yourself regardless of how you're feeling. Love who you are. Accept that you're going to have good days, accept that you're going to have days that aren't so good. But definitely something beautiful is about to come in here for most people today. I just sort of checking out the cards while I was talking, and it was beautiful because I have cards here that talk about forward movement messages coming in after talking about what we were earlier. So things are definitely changing here. I am amazed at how, since I learned to just trust and move with the universe, how things have changed for me. I'm living at the moment at my daughter's place, and she has 4 children, 2 dogs, 2 cats. So it's very, very busy here, in a very different lifestyle to living on my own and enjoying my solo lifestyle. But being surrounded by so much love is absolutely just delightful, and I just enjoy it so much. So I just take every day now as it comes. I accept what happens. I accept that I'm going to make mistakes. I'm accepting that I don't always get things right. My decisions aren't always the best ones, but I do try to listen to where I'm being led. Okay, so we have Michelle in Hawaii, USA. Oh, beautiful.
Hi,
Eva.
aloha.
Hello, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Beautiful. We have a lovely clear line. That makes it so easy for me.
Oh, thank you. That's good.
Yeah, I've been to Hawaii a couple of times. What a beautiful place.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, I love Australia too.
Oh, you've been to Australia, have you?
Yes, yes.
Oh, how wonderful. Where did you come to here?
Oh, Sydney.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I live on the outskirts of Sydney. I'm not far from the city at all. I've lived around this area on and off for many years. Whereabouts in Hawaii are you?
I live on Oahu.
Yeah,
so
okay.
the major island.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, beautiful place, beautiful beaches, beautiful people, great shopping, fabulous shopping.
Yes.
And I love the luau's. The luau's are good fun. And what would I talk to you about today? What would you like to talk about?
I wanted to see about my career, my job. I'm a flight attendant for American Airlines. I live in Hawaii, but I'm based in Los Angeles, in California. And I'm trying to get back in with Hawaiian Airlines, which is based here at home in Honolulu. I got invited back to my final interview. I went through 2 already, and I have my final interview next week. I just wanted to see what you saw for that. Ooh.
Very, very exciting. I'm very excited for you. I'm going to put some cards out for you, and the first card I get out, look at this. The first card is the wish card. That just came straight out. So I want to say to you, this is such a good omen for you. I feel like that this time has been a little bit of a struggle for you, because I have a lot of, it's almost like grief around this. This has been something that's been really pulling at you for a while. So how long have you been waiting?
Yeah, I've been trying. I used to be a flight attendant for Hawaiian about 20 years ago. And I had a young family. I was going through divorce, so it wasn't the time for me.
Yes.
But I've been trying to get back. I went through all my interviews last year in January, and I thought I was, on the right track, but I didn't get selected. So I said, I'm going to try one more time because that's where my heart is. And I'm a good representative for the company. Like I respect their values, and I do that in my job anyway. Like I'm a flight attendant, and even though I'm in Los Angeles, I still give the Aloha spirit. I still am who I am. And, people know this. So I'm just hoping.
Yeah, being true to yourself. What I love about your energy is you aren't a person who gives up easily. So I see you've been through a lot of struggles in your life, and I feel that you always know that those are the lessons you need to go through, and you do that gracefully, which is so important. And that's being true to yourself. So even though it doesn't always
I just try to think like maybe the timing wasn't right for me at that time. So I try to find the positive in it. And
absolutely.
I'm really hoping that this is the time because, my children, I have two children in school, and I want to make sure that I'm available to, be present more at things that's going on in their lives. Like I am, but I still want to be home.
And I can see beautiful things ahead of you, and I think that you are walking away from, perhaps some of the struggles and things that have happened to you previously. I do think that the way that you see those now has helped you sort of grow and move forward, and I see a great deal of happiness for you in the future here. With your life is much more. It's like it's more balanced out. It's like things are sort of falling into place a lot better than they used to. But I think this is a lot to do with the way you manage things now. So it's like in you accepting and being able to just move through things. You've really let the universe take the lead with you. So, you can really understand that things have to happen for a reason. And like you said, you weren't ready last year. I feel like things were probably not as well balanced. There is a feeling of like divine timing here. So I feel like this is your time now, and I feel that this is going to really, really help you move forward, because you're going to see that you can manifest. And even though you didn't get it right last time, you know now that you can manifest the life you want.
And you see me getting it?
I see you getting, definitely. I've got the Nine of Cups and the Sun card here and the Temperance card. All of those cards tell me that you are right on track after a period of some sort of heartbreak. So after a period of being disappointed and walking away from things that didn't serve you, and I don't know what's happened in your past, but I feel that you've had to walk away from a lot of situations that have held you back, and I feel like you're walking towards your destiny now. So what you want looks as though it's about to walk in the door for you.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I know it's going to be quick because
very exciting, beautiful energy here for you, Michelle.
Do you see it
Beautiful
starting in February? I mean, that's when it's supposed to be going. That's when it's supposed to training supposed to start, in February.
This is very close. This energy is very close. So it looks like it could be towards the end of February into March here, but very close indeed.
Thank you so much. So excited for what's to come.
And have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much. Aloha. Aloha.
Aloha. Aloha.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, well, we still have a little bit of time left. So how are we going to fill a little bit of time? It's beautiful to deliver good news. See, at the end of the day, you can see people have been through their own struggles and their own tribulations. I just feel sometimes when people are getting towards what they really want and what they really deserve, it just is such a beautiful energy there. So I'm so happy for Michelle to be able to move towards her dream, because this is going to be life-changing for her. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about me. That's too funny. I have a YouTube channel, as I was saying earlier, and I love doing readings on there. I do daily readings. Somebody said to me yesterday, why do I do 2 readings every day? And I guess the reason being was when I first started, probably about 15 months roughly ago, I found that I would do a reading and it would be quite specific. And I felt that it would be really nice to be able to do a reading for the people who didn't resonate with the first reading. So I started doing a second reading. And on the second reading, I found sometimes it was just the same as the first reading and the energies were the same. And sometimes I would get exactly the same messages. So I thought I'd outsmart spirit. I thought I was smart enough to do that. So I started using a different deck. And the same cards came out again. And I was like, okay, so I get what you're saying here. These are the messages people need to hear. So then I decided if I did another reading for people, I might be able to give people something different. And I've found now that I can have 2 readings exactly the same, or I can get like a continuation of the first. So now I just regimentally do 2 readings. I do a What's Cracking, and then I do, of course, a bonus read. Both of those are available on my channel every day. I do a weekend reading on a Friday now. I used to do them over the weekend, but it just got too busy for me. I do a lot of personal readings, so I do readings from home. I do taped readings as well as Skype, Messenger, phone for people in Australia, if you're in Australia, and I do WhatsApp for people overseas. I read now for people all over the world, which blows me out sometimes how incredible that really is. So I can talk to, somebody in Italy one day, England the next, and Macedonia the day after that. So I love doing that. For my starting out doing this has been a little bit of a slower process, though. I started doing, when I first started to really want to do this work full time, I started doing some fairs just to really see if I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust what I was doing. I didn't trust that the messages I was bringing through were real. I had a lot of self-doubts. Like many of you, my confidence and my self-esteem through my younger years was very poor. I came from a fairly poor family, and I struggled a lot with who I was and my sensitivity and this gift that I had, and I really felt quite crazy talking to people about it. Trying to understand why I was getting messages, why I was seeing the things I did. And I put a lot of stuff down to, perhaps being a little weird, a little unstable. And I realized as I got older that, rather than fighting it and trying to push it away, that I would try to embrace it and understand it more. So this last probably, although I've been reading the cards for, I keep saying 20 years, but it's over 30 years now. I have been doing it sort of more professionally for the last 10, and especially the last 5. So I do, as I said, the fairs now. I do some readings from home, so I'm really grateful that I get the opportunity to read face-to-face with people. It's still something that's so incredibly beautiful to talk to people. I love reading for people that haven't had a reading before. I think that's the most wonderful thing. And of course, I get readings myself. I love to have other people read for me. So often when we're at the fairs and things like that, we'll read for each other and have a little bit of fun with it, which is really cool. I also have a Facebook page, so at the Aussie Goddess, the YouTube channel's the Aussie Goddess as well. A little bit about that name, because somebody said to me once something about being up myself, and I was like, I am the last person in the world to be up myself, honey. I'd never be up myself in a pink fit. Somebody actually called me an Aussie Goddess, a man I knew many years ago. He called me an Aussie Goddess, and I just thought it had just such a cute ring to it. It was not about the goddess thing. It was more about the fact that it's what do they call it in, and a lot of you will know this in literature, you know, when you get, because of the words sounding so beautifully together, I really liked the sound of it. And I thought, at the time I was doing life coaching, and I'm a certified life coach. I'm qualified in life coaching, and I'd been doing life coaching with people, which I really enjoyed as well, and still do much of that. I also am a counsellor, so I sort of have a range of things that I've done over the years on this journey trying to find myself. And I had my business under my name, and I'd been operating under my business name for a long time, which was just my name. And I thought, when I heard the name Aussie Goddess, I thought, what a beautiful name for a business. Like, it just is so cute. And I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to give that a go and see how it goes. And it's really stuck. I love that people call me the AG now. It makes me feel very important being the AG. So do come and look for me on Facebook. Do send me an email if you'd like to see something done on this channel. Certainly make contact with me if you're not sure about readings and whether you want one or what sort of reading you would like to have. You can also check out my website at www.theaussiegoddess.com. On my website, if you go under the shop, it will have all the details for you to order a reading. So until next week, much love to you all. Make sure that you trust that the universe will provide to you. And don't forget, love every time like it's the first time. Much love. Mwah.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to this week's show on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's lovely to have you here. Now, I was just thinking about what I could talk, my little spiritual talk that I do like to have a little chat about before we start. And I was actually thinking about, when we look at our world, you just have to marvel at it. The concept of how this world came about and how, the plants and the trees and the animals and just and the mountains and everything about it is absolutely phenomenal. What has been achieved in the creation of our world. And what I think is just so incredible is when you look at our world and you think about the creator of this world, we can then go to this concept of, sometimes I've seen people that you can sort of ask the universe for things, or you can ask, I think I saw somebody on YouTube the other day talking about this, ask the universe for things. And I think in actual fact, what that is just a prayer. It's just a communication with the unseen world, with the spirit world. It's communication saying, please, can you help me in this? Or I think this would be for the benefit of me in my life. Can you help me? And the universe is an incredible structure that I've come to learn through being a medium. And in that structure, I think what's so incredible about it is that we have angels and we have God and we have, sort of archangels and sort of highly evolved spirits like Jesus and Mother Mary and Confucius and those sort of, wonderful, wonderful spirits. And we can see them as sort of highly evolved spirits. But in our asking for help in our life, wouldn't it be wonderful if we can just have this dialogue? We can just sort of speak to them and say, look, I need your help. I need your help with this. This isn't working for me. Can you help me? And one thing I've realized is about the spirit world is that they always want to help us in any way that they can. But there's always a but with everything, isn't there? It's never quite that straightforward. And the but is that if you agreed to come to this earth plane, but to do a certain sort of job and fulfill a sort of certain role and experience things in your life, the spirit world will never want to interfere with your intentional wishes right at the beginning of your life. And that's the thing that we have to always remember. And I know that, I see people where they can say, you can ask the universe for, I want a red BMW, or I want, a Mercedes, or whatever, whatever it is. And, that's sort of, sort of materialism. And in my experience, the spirit world will help you if that's what is good for your higher self. But I don't know if they'll sort of, suddenly flutter in sort of, $30,000 or something for that new car or even more. Wish they would. But, I do know that sort of when there's times of real need, times of difficulty, times where it's a challenge, have that dialogue. Always have that dialogue. Whether you're speaking to the archangels, whether you're speaking to Mother Mary, whether you're speaking to God himself, have that dialogue, because that dialogue will really help you in your life and give you the opportunity to perhaps have something, some miracle happen for you. And, one of the things that the spirit world always say to me is we do miracles all the time. It's just they're not acknowledged or known about. Anyway, there's my little talk. And I know that we have somebody waiting for a reading. Suzanne in Sauk Center, Minnesota. Are you there, Suzanne?
Yes, hi.
Hello, and welcome to the show. Have you ever had a reading before?
Thank you. Yes, I have.
Okay, so I am a medium, which means I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can also connect to my guides and give you guidance about what's going on in your life. Is there a particular way you'd like me to work, and where would you like me to focus?
I am more interested in someone that's supposedly insistent on me knowing that she's my guide, and I didn't get a in-depth understanding from a read to see what you pick up on the guide that wants me to know she's there. She was persistent, but I was impatient.
Okay, right. So just to recap, you're aware of a guide and you want clarification of who this guide is and that she's with you. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. The first thing that I'm hearing is new guide. So I don't feel that this is a guide that's been with you for some time. I feel that this is somebody that's come into your work or into your life. Just sort of, recently, because I'm hearing the word new guide. And is that correct? Is that something you're aware of?
I would assume so.
Okay.
I feel like there's a new chapter.
Yeah. So, because the first thing I heard was new guide, and I what I'm being told is that sometimes in life we can get really sort of comfortable and sort of settled in what we do and where we are at in our lives, and I just get the feeling that this guide is going to be about giving you a bit of a prod. And I feel that she is wanting to help you. I feel like making a few changes in your life, and because I feel like you've got to be taken to the next level of your involvement, whether that be with psychic ability or whether that be in your personal life. I'm not sure. But I just get that feeling that you've got to go. Yeah, I've got that feeling that you've got to go to the sort of the next level, because what I'm hearing the word dormant, because I feel that for some time you've been a little bit dormant with things, and she's here to give you almost like a kick up the backside. Ooh, ouch!
That I had. Okay.
Ouch. And she, I also get the feeling, she's now directly talking to me. She's telling me that she's a fair person, and she's not somebody that will cause you a lot of discomfort and a lot of pain. She wants to give you all the things that you need to accomplish your goals in your life. Because she's saying to me that you're it's almost like you're behind times in accomplishing all that you need to accomplish. Almost like you should have accomplished more by now. And she's saying to me that, and that's not a bad thing, you know, it's just where you're at. Sometimes things take a little bit longer. And she's saying to me that she's here to sort of really almost like, almost like speed things up for you, or give you a little sort of push start to really accomplish your goals. Because she's saying to me that you've had a lot of ideas and a lot of things that you've been thinking about that have been whirring around in your mind, like, I should go and do this, or what about doing this in my life, or what about doing that? And she's saying that you do a lot of thinking, but you're cautious, and you're almost like there's a little bit of fear about taking steps into the unknown. And this is her role with you, to sort of really help you navigate to the next stage of your life. And she's telling me that you being able to achieve this next stage of your life is really important for your soul, really important. And the reason why it's really important is because if you don't get to this next stage of your life, you will actually end this life failing in what you set out to achieve. And she feels that she's quite determined to actually assist you and guide you into this sort of next stage. And I do feel that a lot of it is about how you, it's about you and how you're conducting your life. And I don't feel like it's necessarily, it may be to do with mediumship, but I just get the feeling it's more about how you're constructing your life than anything else. And maybe the construction of your life and mediumship may be intertwined, but I just feel like it's... Sorry, you're going to speak.
I had psychic abilities a long time ago, and I didn't want it. And so I stopped everything. I just stopped it. I was like, I don't think I want to do this. And then for 20 years, I had fibromyalgia. And then about a year ago, I started reading again, and my fibromyalgia disappeared.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of right on.
Right. Well, I know that you've got to go. She's saying to me, it's so important that you will embrace now she's talking about your mediumship. You embrace all the faculties that you have been gifted with from God. And she says, although you've sort of stepped away from it and said you didn't want it, in a way, it's not quite true, because you have received things throughout your life over the last 20 years that you've just haven't sort of run with it or developed it more or sort of, but you have felt things. It's not, in other words, it's not dormant. It's there with you. And I just get this feeling, she's saying to me that if you don't develop this mediumship, then it will be almost like a sad thing for you, because this is something that you really wanted to achieve in this life. And she's here. It's almost like she wants to, she feels very motherly with me to you. Like she really wants you to succeed and really wants you to achieve what you set out to achieve. And this is why she is going to be with you on this journey to make sure that you I think it's developing your mediumship, but I also feel like there are other things to do with your life. Almost like you're taking back charge and taking back control and doing the things that you want to do rather than what everyone else has wanted you to do.
Yes. Yes.
And she says, actually, she's now saying to me, actually it is the right time for you to make these differences in your life, because you've got more freedom to do this. That you haven't got the constraints or the shackles that will curtail you from doing what you want to do. It's your time to do what you need to do in your life. And that's why she's here.
So she doesn't want me to be afraid.
No.
Sometimes I'm afraid to be a reader because it's kind of like a cold call.
You're not kidding. I'm shaking like a leaf before I said, no, I'm not actually. That's a lie. I'm not. Sometimes I get a little bit nervous, but it's so rare now. But it's the more you do it, the easier it gets. And you should definitely, even if you don't have to sort of be that big reader, you can do stuff with your friends at home and do it sort of, or do it for your own personal benefit. Obviously, that depends on what she has to say about that. But also, what thing that I will about her is I'm being drawn to and as I say this, I want to say that I'm not always clear on names. So, but I will give it to you. I'm getting the name Samantha with her.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
So look out for that, because I feel and I feel like she's ready for action. She is.
Me too.
Oh, good.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, no, my pleasure. And this is what you set out to do. So don't be fearful. It's a gift from God that's been given to you. And so thank you very much, Suzanne. And it's been lovely chatting with you. Now I have another caller, and we have Natalie in Silver Spring, Maryland. Natalie, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Oh, hi, Natalie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. You've got the same name as my daughter, so that won't be difficult for me to remember your name.
That's great.
I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look to give you guidance in your life and speak to my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work, and where would you like me to focus?
Just whatever you feel. I guess I really would, I don't know, this is like kind of my first time doing something like this. So whatever you feel you should,
All right. Well, let's give a little bit of, let's see what my guides have to say, and let's communicate with my guides with you. One of my guides is called Martha, and she's stepping forward, and she's saying to me that you're a very nice person, and this is where I say, is that correct? And you say, of course.
Yes.
But she's saying to me that she said that you're really kind, and you always go out of your way to help other people. And she's saying to me that almost like if only more people were like you, because she says she's very much in awe of how you are with sort of people in general, and how kind you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It does.
She's also saying to me that I'm being told that you're quite young still. You're not, but she's saying to me that you. She's saying to me that you're okay, she's talking about your heart, and she's saying that your heart is in the right place. But she's also saying to me that you have, and I'm hearing the word dabbled, on the fringes of almost like psychic ability, or would that make sense to you?
Could you repeat that? That I have it, or that?
No, she's saying that you've dabbled on the fringes of exploring sort of psychic stuff, and just sort of looking at it.
I've been curious about it. Yes.
Yeah, because she's talking about really on the fringes of it all, and Martha is trying to encourage you to really embrace it, like almost take that giant step forward and sort of embrace sort of, psychic and mediumship. I feel like I want to give you a set of cards, tarot cards, because she's showing me like you playing with the cards and laying them all out. And because I don't know whether you've already got them, but she's making me feel like you should. Does that make sense, Natalie?
I have a friend who has them, but I've never tried it myself. But I've always been curious about it. So, yeah.
Right, because she's trying to encourage you, because what she's saying to me is that what you're not aware of at this stage is that you have a psychic ability. You must have a very strong intuition at this stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because
I feel my intuition, yeah.
Yeah, because she's saying to me that God wants you to embark on developing these skills, and she says eventually you will it will lead to mediumship, because you are. So what she's saying to me is you are a natural medium. Have you ever been aware or sensed spirit around you?
No, I one time when I was little, but other than that, no. Right.
I knew it was going to be something like that. There was an occasion, because I just got that feeling quite strongly. Because what I'm being told is you are a natural medium, and Martha is saying that it would be so wonderful for you to develop this skill, because when you eventually do, and I feel that this is in your path to do this, when you eventually do, I feel like there is a guide waiting for you to come forward and be with you on this journey, because you, and she's telling me that you're going to end up helping many, many people. She says that this is what you've come to do on this earth plane. You have come to be a medium. It's funny because I had a similar reading just before you. Isn't it funny how
I was listening to it?
Just, and I don't normally get the same like this. It's just, but I think what often happens is that you get similarities in the callers, and they deal with a section at the same time. And who gets to speak to me is all organised by spirit. We think we're organising it, but it's spirit. But yeah, anyway, I do feel that what she's saying to me is that you have a gift, and she's also showing me the palm. She's making me hold out the hand and look at the palm, and I get the feeling that have you ever been interested in palmistry? It's something I've never embarked on, but she's making me feel like that will be something that you may be interested in and go down that road a little bit. But I just get that feeling with tarot,
nice.
I get that feeling that you've got the ability to be a palm reader. How cool is that? And whenever I see people who are palm readers, I always want to stick my hands out and get, look at mine.
Yeah.
But I just get the feeling that you have the ability to do that, and that you will, it's almost like before you came to the earth plane to live this life, what I'm hearing is you had a conversation with God, and you told him that you would commit yourself to developing these skills in this lifetime, and then you would go on to help many people who are in need of real help. And so I know that this is on your path, and this is where you're going to be steered to do. You are meant to do this. Definitely. How funny that we've had 2 callers the same. It's bizarre. How does that sound to you, Natalie? Would you like to be a reader? So so that's just sort of, we've had 2 callers that have come in, and they've been really sort of, on the edge, on the brink of developing this mediumship. And it's funny how the spirit will bring, 2 callers that are very similar for me to sort of deal with. And I've very much done that. Isn't that incredible how the spirit world works? But I know that just to sort of say, when you're working with as a medium or as a psychic, first and foremost, it never is about, sort of all the money that you would perhaps earn. It never is about it's about the ability to bring healing to the minds of many. And that can be done, it doesn't have to be done on a hands-on basis. It can be done with words, and the spirit world will always wish to bring through healing words, and that's how they work. So thank you for all listening, and if you are want to sort of have a rerun of this video, you can catch it on A1R Psychic Radio. They run the videos, or see it on Moonstruck TV. And my name is Gail Moffat. You can also find me on Facebook. So thank you very much. Goodbye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So how is everybody's week so far? I hope that everybody is connecting and feeling this wave of transformation that is in the air right now for each and every one of us. We've got a great show for you today. So let's start with our angelic guidance for the week. So just before I came live on air, I pulled some cards. I asked the angels to come in and pull the right cards that everybody needs to hear for the week ahead. So I have 3 cards from the Butterfly Oracle for Life Changes cards, and I've chosen 3. So if you can choose the number that you're drawn to, number 1, number 2, or number 3. And at the end of my show, I will reveal your messages. These are messages that will connect completely to you. I've already asked the angels to pull the right ones out for whatever number you choose. So we'll do that at the end of the show. So I pulled a card for our weekly guidance from the same pack. And the card I've got is realizations and epiphanies. And I love this for this week because it really is a turnaround week for us all. It really is a powerful week. We have some lighter energy coming in. So get ready for some epiphany moments. This is where you gain clarity. And this is where you really move forward in a big way. So if you felt stuck in any areas or a bit of frustration around you, this is going to be lifting. So the angels are going to be connecting on a deep level. Angel, source, spirit, whatever it is that resonates to you, you know, it's all the light is going to be connecting to you on a strong level. So expect moments of clarity, clear thinking, knowing which direction you're going in. Now, this could come at any moment, especially out in nature, the angels are telling me. This is where a lot of people are going to receive some ideas. So if you can, you know, go on a walk in nature, take a notebook and pen with you. I would advise at the moment, for how strong and powerful the connections are this week, I would advise having pen and paper near you at the moment at all times so that you can write down any messages that you receive. This includes your nighttime messages. So dreams are really, really powerful. It's a really good way for angels to connect to us in our dream state because that's when we switch off completely and we're very, very open to messages. So you really are going to be getting those moments. You might find that you're just in the bath and suddenly you'll just get an idea come to you and you'll want to just get out and write that down. So it's powerful times. And like I say, it is lighter energy. Get ready for a breakthrough. You know, a lot of us have felt stuck for quite some time. We had that heavy energy of getting us into the right place in 2019, and then we started 2020 with the eclipse energy, powerful ascension energies, and it's felt quite heavy. A lot of people have found, you know, that they've been feeling very tired. This is because we keep having big waves of ascension energy come in because it's such a powerful year. 2020 is the year of clear vision. It is the year of service. All of us light workers and everybody transforms and, you know, we shift to a whole new level. So a lot of people are having new light codes activated, and that's why a lot of us are feeling very high vibrational, really good energy, and then suddenly you might just not sleep at night. You might have an energy slump in the day. You might suddenly get a headache come on, all of that kind of thing. And right now, the best thing that you can do is just go with the flow. Literally go with the flow of your body. You know, your body is your guide. Your body will tell you what you need right now. Where one person can be feeling really high energy, you might think, well, I'm not. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. You know, we're all having light codes activated at all different times. We're all on different pathways on our spiritual awakening journey. So, you know, don't compare yourself to anybody. Just stay connected to your own inner self and let yourself guide the way for you. So, like I say, get ready for a breakthrough. There are going to be surprises. There are miracle energies, things that you have been waiting on. You will find this week might suddenly just sort itself out. You'll suddenly get that message. You'll suddenly get that phone call. And a lot of this is coming from where we are ourselves. We have been getting ourselves into more and more alignment, understanding that old patterns are not going to serve us in 2020. You know, focusing on things that make us fearful is not going to serve our energy. We need to be in the flow. We need to fully let go, and that puts us into really good alignment. And this is where you start to see how you're going to live. You're going to start to feel the energy of 2020. So a lot of lighter times coming our way. We have a new moon coming on Friday. This is a new moon in Aquarius. And this is really, really special because 2020 is the new age era. It is the Aquarian era. So this is going to be a powerful one for us all. So seeds that you have planted, you are going to see begin to bloom. And this is because you're keeping the faith more. The more that you can keep the faith right now and go with the flow, you know, the faster you're going to see progress, and the faster you are going to see this instant manifestation that is here for every one of us. If we can believe in ourselves, believe in our journey, let go of all worries and allow the universe to guide us where we need to be, allow the angels to, you know, help us on our path, not try and control anything, that is when you'll see manifestation. So for the new moon on Friday, this energy is going to bring huge transformation, huge change for us all, you know, really keeping us so connected. So new moons are really good for manifesting. They always amplify the manifesting energy. So if you can make you know, time on the Friday to write your manifesting list. It's really good to light a white candle, write everything down that you're bringing in, right at the top, this or something better, so that you keep yourself open. That is going to be really, really powerful energy for around that new moon. So we really have got some exciting times. I hope everybody can feel that little bit of relief this week, that lighter energy, and, you know, connect to this magic that really, really is in the air. You are going to see the changes now. You really, really are. So I think we've got a caller. I think we've got Laura on the line. Are you there, Laura?
Hello.
Hiya,
I'm here. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you. So how can I help you today?
Well, I wanted to see if, you know, I just really am going through a time where I'm trying to find balance between, you know, how I have a 1-year-old, I work full time, but then I'm working on my spiritual development. So finding the balance of, you know, keeping in tune with my consciousness and, you know, also being a good mother and being a good worker, how to, you know, manifest, like you were saying, manifesting. What is something that you could, some advice that you could give me, or if anybody is in spirit that wants to give me some advice, you know?
Okay, so you've got a lot on your plate, you know, that's a lot going on. Having a 1-year-old is hard work in itself, isn't it? You know, you've got to be present all the time. It's taking a lot of your attention and energy, and with your work and your spiritual path too. Yeah, you've got a lot going on. But what the angels are bringing through straight away is that you've got to get a kind of more balanced routine. So it kind of starts as you start your day. You need to make time for meditation. Now, I know that's easier said than done with everything that you're balancing at the moment, but even if you could make time for just a 10-minute meditation. Now, meditations are really good on YouTube, you know, like guided meditations, but sometimes when we're really busy, a really good way to meditate is just in the bath or laying on your bed and just having that stillness. That is a really powerful form of meditation. So what you do, you just
do that at night. I do a guided meditation at night.
So I feel like you need to do that in the morning. The angels are bringing in your morning. It's how you start your day. So I feel like you're kind of busy, which you're going to be. You've got a 1-year-old. You're probably waking up and then it's about the baby, feeding the baby, looking after the baby's needs, getting ready for work. That's a lot going on. So it's like preparing your routine in the morning, the night before, getting as prepared as possible. Talking about manifesting with all of this, do you talk to the angels? Do you ask them for what you need?
I do.
Okay, so talking to the angels, asking them for what you need. You want your day to go really smoothly. You don't want to be pulled in every direction. You want to feel like balanced, like you're coping. Chakra meditation is perfect. That really does help balance everything up when we've got a busy life. I don't know if that's something you've done regular, but all the heavy energies that we've had around us, definitely a lot of people's chakras are out of balance, and it only takes one chakra to be a little bit off balance, and it really does have a dramatic effect on your energy levels and how we're dealing with things day to day. So I would be doing a chakra balancing meditation. With regards to manifesting, it is about getting into alignment. Do you do any alignment work?
I've done some soul realignment work. I mean, I've taken classes on it.
Yeah, so for me, the best thing that I've ever done is tuning in and listening to Abraham Hicks. It is absolutely brilliant. The teachings of Abraham for alignment. And the brilliant thing is that most videos on YouTube, there's millions of alignment. You just literally type in Abraham Hicks alignment. There's so many that will come up.
I listen to that as well.
Oh, brilliant. Because I was going to say they're really good, aren't they? Because there's like 10-minute ones, so they're easy to put into a busy lifestyle. I just think you need to take moments out of your day to consciously breathe. I think that you are sometimes too hard on yourself. You kind of beat yourself up a little bit trying to do 1,000,001 things, trying to be present for everybody. And, you're doing a really good job. You really are. The angels are saying you really have got it more together than you believe. It's just that some moments things overwhelm you a little bit, and then you feel like it's all crashing down around you. But those moments when it starts to come in and you start to feel a little bit overwhelmed is when you need to go, right, I'm going to lay on my bed and do that meditation for 10 minutes or have that quiet time, or I'm going to go and have that salt bath. Because it's like you're trying to be a perfectionist here. You're trying to get the balance and get everything running perfect. Would that be right? Do you think you're quite a perfectionist, like you want to be in control of everything and everything running smoothly?
Right. Yeah.
So it's about having those moments to just slow down and go, you know what, I'm doing good here. I'm doing good. I've got a young baby. I've got all these responsibilities, and just literally connecting, staying on your spiritual path. I feel like you're doing really well. I feel like you're doing better than you think. You just need to tweak your routine a little bit. So it may be that you need to write down the evening before your morning routine, so that in your mind you just feel better about it already. You're going to be like, right, I'm going to have 5 minutes to do this, then I'm going to do this, so that you've got a little bit more structure. Because sometimes when our heads feel more structured, the day goes better, doesn't it? I know that works for me. I can get myself easily all over the place unless I feel like I've got a little bit of a routine and a structure. Even if I don't stick to it, I think it just makes me feel better just to kind of wake up and feel like that's there for me. So that's another thing that you can do. I do really want to pull you a card. So let's pull you a card and let's see what comes out for you. So we're going to ask for some guidance from the unicorns for you. Okay. Oh, we got 3 cards for you. Okay, so you get the growth card, Laura, and this is seeking out a mentor or a guide, taking baby steps as you grow, be willing to learn from others. Well, your mentor and guides will be like you know, if you're listening to Abraham's teachings, and, you know, that's as much a mentor, isn't it? You get so much from that. You are in a rapid time of growth. So I feel like that's why you might feel a little bit extra overwhelmed. I do keep getting your chakras. So I would do some balancing work on the chakras, just to give them a tweak and a tune up, because of that strong energy that we've had. I do see, you know, you're just doing wonderful. They just keep giving me, you're being a little bit harsh on yourself. You really are just doing really well.
Yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I hear. That's what I hear in my head. You don't be so hard on yourself. I'm like,
yeah, and you are. And you know what? That's not a bad thing. I'm hard on myself too. And sometimes we just need to take those pause moments and just step back and say, do you know what? Am I being a bit hard on myself here? You know, I've got a lot on my plate. I'm doing pretty well here. You know, I've got a 1-year-old and I'm nurturing, you know, their needs, and I'm working. That's a lot, you know, for a working mum. You know, you're doing really well. You really are. You get the sanctuary card too. So this is your reminder and confirmation of what I've just said, of making time for yourself, you know, even if you can only grab the 5-10 minutes, you know, if you can grab that at different parts and intervals of your day, just to have that sanctuary time for yourself, whether that's to have a nice salt bath, a little meditation, that's just important. And I feel like that's important for you daily to keep your connection strong. And your connection strong is what keeps you in balance. So that's your other one. And then you get the magic card, which is beautiful, because I do feel like you've got a lot of rapid growth coming your way. You're in this growth time, and I just feel like your connection has raised to a different level. So also you've got this new energy that needs to settle itself down too. So this is a magic card, making a wish, believing in miracles and magic surrounding you. And that's what I feel when I connect your energies, and that's what the angels are giving me, that you really are in a magical time. So I think that you're feeling overwhelmed because you've got, your vibration has actually raised to a higher level. So it is about this chakra work. So I don't know if that's something you've done recently. Have you done any chakra work recently?
I haven't done any recently, no.
Okay, so give that a go, and I think you're going to see a big difference. So I would like journal before bed, get everything down that you want to achieve the next day, because that's going to make you sleep better, and that's going to make you wake up motivated, even if you don't stick to it all. Just having that plan, I think for the kind of person you are, the energy I'm picking up on you is quite similar to my own. So I kind of feel like I get where you're coming from. So I just feel like that's going to really help motivate you. So, and just know that you're just doing so much better than you think. You really are. Don't be so hard on yourself. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate all that you're taking on. And, you know, this is a lot, you know. There's lots of people who are working with having a young baby. You know, I think you're absolutely smashing it, and I'm really proud of you. You know, you're working. You've got a young baby, you're on your spiritual path, so you're so committed to your spiritual path that you want to be keeping up your daily practices. I would say, you know, you're in a wonderful position. You know, you really are. I'm proud of you. The angels are proud of you, and they're saying, just keep going. You're not doing anything wrong. Manifesting, you are going to see a change with that. You really are going to see a change with that soon. So if you feel like you've been manifesting certain things and they haven't... Oh, sorry, what was that?
Thank you for the kind words.
Oh, that's okay. You're so welcome. I really feel that you've got a beautiful energy. The manifesting will come for you. Everything's going to be just absolutely fine, more than fine. Everything's going to be magical for you. So just, you know, keep doing what you're doing, but just get a little bit of a more routine going on, and make the time for that chakra work. And you're going to see a big difference already after that chakra work. You really are.
Oh, okay. All righty. Well, thank you so much.
That helps you.
It does, most definitely.
Brilliant.
It doesn't make me feel like I'm so crazy.
Yeah, I know. I've been there so many times myself. We do drive ourselves crazy. So, you know, you're doing fine. So you take care of yourself and keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the best job ever.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Take care.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. So I just want to share with everybody another really good way to stay in alignment while we're talking about routines and keeping a high vibration, because it's your high vibration that will allow you to manifest really, really easily, as I was saying in the beginning of the show. So this is connecting to joy and happiness. Now, this is connecting in a different way. So we feel joy and we feel happiness when we connect to thinking about the desires that we want, the dreams we're bringing in, you know, when we visualize that dream life and how happy we're going to be. But what we often forget, and this is a really powerful practice, is to feel the joy and the happiness in all moments, in our everyday moments in life. So this would be things like, say, your routine things that we take for granted every day. So you're waking up, you may be brushing your teeth, you're making breakfast. We kind of do those things just unconsciously, don't we? We just get up, make a cup of tea or coffee, start getting breakfast ready. You know, if we've got a family, we start sorting everybody out. And we forget, you know, we just get on with this stuff. But a really powerful thing to do is connect to your joy and happiness with everything you're doing. So it could be like putting the kettle on in the morning, you know, feel the joy of, you know, having that electricity, making that hot drink, you know, tasting that hot drink. The same as when you're getting dressed, you know, feel happy in the joy and connect, consciously connect to that moment of like, you know, I'm so happy that this outfit, I love it, you know, I love the color of it, it's so vibrant, you know, blah, 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 all of that kind of thing. When you're brushing your teeth, you know, consciously connect. Instead of just brushing your teeth and rushing around, stop and consciously connect. Get in tune with your happiness in that moment. The same as traveling to work. Maybe you're stuck in traffic and that traffic jam causes you no end of stress every morning, or your train's late and you're like, oh, here we go again. Instead, consciously connect to the happy moments while you're waiting in the traffic. You could be talking to the angels. You could be, you know, speaking aloud your manifestations. You could be talking about your gratitude aloud. So the more you can do this, I can't tell you how powerful it is. This practice works so, so well. It connects you and aligns you to happiness. And happiness and joy brings you love. And love is your natural vibration. So all in all, by, you know, consciously connecting to these moments, it brings you in complete and utter alignment. And the more that we are in alignment with just simple joy, happiness, and love is when we will instantly manifest. So try that new way of living. Try it for a week and you see the difference. I'm telling you, it makes a huge difference. Consciously connect in every moment, and you really will be surprised with the results. It really does put you onto that whole new vibration. So hopefully that helped somebody. And, you know, come and find me on my Facebook page, Carrie and Bush, and then you can let me know, you know, give me a message and let me know after a week how that's worked out for you, because you will see a big, big difference. So I want to do the cards now. So at the start of the show, I asked everybody to connect to number 1, number 2, number 3, and the cards that I've pulled out for you. So everybody who chose number 1, everybody who was drawn to number 1, your card is healing from the past. So this is moving away from the past, connecting to your new way of living. That past will not serve you. So only take the lessons, the growth lessons, and, you know, take them with you. Do things differently. You know, we have stuff go on in our past so we can learn from it and live differently from it. Take those lessons, move on from the past, heal from the past, because there's no point keep looking back. It really is going to keep you stuck. It's going to stop you from manifesting what you want, or it's certainly going to make it harder to manifest what you want. We can't live in the past. We need to be in the present. We need to be fully present now, owning our power. So this is your confirmation that you are healing from that past. So, you know, whatever you're doing, whether you're doing healing meditations, going for some healing work, maybe you're having some Reiki treatments, this is healing for you. You are putting closure to the past. And when you put closure to the past, all doors open up for you. So you're coming into a really, really powerful time. Everybody who chose number 2, your card is the end of an era. So love this. So a whole new cycle for you. Challenges gone. washed away because you have closed the book on that last cycle. This, to me, for everyone who chose number 2, is really linking into this new energy of 2020. So I would feel like you're really feeling your power. You're feeling and seeing so many changes. And if you're not, then get ready to see them, because that is the energy you're under. Change, new cycles, transforming like that beautiful butterfly. That is you right now, number 2s. So everyone who chose number 3, we get the windfall. So this is a windfall of abundance. This is new money. So maybe you've been worrying about money. Maybe you need money to start something, to take a leap of faith. The money is coming for you. Do not worry about the how it's coming, when it's coming, but just know it's coming. You are going to see a shift in your finances, positive shift in finances. So whatever it is that you felt restricted on regarding money, you are going to see the changes. Remember, money is just a mindset. If you connect to the right mindset of money, you will see those changes. They will come into your life like magic. So, get ready for that new wave of abundance. So all in all, with our card of the week for everybody, and everybody's messages for number 1, number 2, and number 3, they are so positive. And that is what I feel right now. I just feel buzzing with energy. I feel excitement in my belly. Excuse me. Because I know that it's coming, and it's coming for everyone. It's coming for the collective. So we've got some good times coming up. So if you can just work on making sure that you're aligned, that is where you're going to see everything happening. Believe in yourself and you are going to see it. You really are coming into special times now, and you're going to start to see this changes this week. So how wonderful is that? With the new moon energy coming up on Friday for us all, we're going to have a really fabulous week, everybody. So I just want to say I have got a new YouTube channel. I haven't got many subscribers because I've just set it up yesterday, and I am going to be posting motivation for the day videos, weekly card readings for the week ahead from the angels, and also a card for every single day on YouTube. You can find me by searching up Carrie M. Bush. I would love you to subscribe. It would make me so happy. So that would be really lovely. And that's going to be there every day for you. I think I can give so much more when I'm talking. So hopefully you'll connect with that. So come and join me there. I'm also on Facebook, Carrie M. Bush, Instagram and Twitter. I have a spiritual soul group because I'm a spiritual mentor. That is on Facebook, called the Spiritual Soul Group. Come and join us there. You would be so welcome. Join our soul family. And I'm also a published author, and you can find my books on Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. So I am sending everybody a wave of positivity. I am sending you all so much love and light, and I am sending you so many blessings for the most magical week ahead for each and every one of you. Hope you've enjoyed the show, and I will see you same time next week on Tuesday. Have a brilliant one, everyone.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm here in the Midwest in the Kansas City region where it is very chilly. The wind chill feels like 0 degrees. So hope you're staying cozy and warm wherever you are in the world. And I am here today to introduce myself. I am a psychic. I am an evidential medium and a Reiki healer. So most of the time in my sessions, when I work with people privately, one-on-one, either in person or online, I also help them heal. And so from now on, not only will I be giving readings on my show, I will also be adding a healing component to each reading, should that be acceptable to the callers. Healing is so important. It's one thing to receive information and to allow me to channel intuitive guidance for you or channel your loved ones. It's another thing to take that information and internalize it and help it meld into your energy field. And when we do healing work, meaning when we allow our energetic body to receive, to align, to actually allow this new idea to come into it and assimilate, that's when we actually start to make changes in our lives. That's when we see results in the physical world. So healing is a very important component for anybody. Nobody's perfect. Everyone has something to work on, whether it be emotional, mental, spiritual, or physical. I just had a beautiful session today with someone who's a listener here on the A1R network. She contacted me after a reading she had with me as a caller. And, you know, we not only talked to her loved ones in spirit, but we also did some healing work with her. And she found it to be so valuable and such a peaceful, uplifting experience. And she had never experienced Reiki before or any kind of energy healing. And she was kind of unsure how it was going to go. And you know what? I didn't have to convince her of a thing. All she had to do was receive the healing. Even though I was not in person with her, she was able to receive the healing and feel uplifted, at peace, and tranquil, because she had had some issues feeling that way. And you know what? I just love to be able to help people in that manner. So that being said, I am ready for my first caller. Whenever anybody's ready to join me online, here I am. First caller. Well, you know what? I'm going to draw a card for the general group while I'm waiting for my caller to queue up. And this will be a card just for everyone who's listening right now, even on the replay, of something you can work on as far as manifesting goes. So with manifesting, that means calling into reality what you want to have in life, what you want to see in the physical. And sometimes our beliefs hold us back. So I'm going to draw a card. This is something you can work on today in terms of manifesting. And this is my manifesting deck by Doreen Virtue. She's a very prolific author and healer. So something you could work on for manifesting today is all about clearing your debts. So, okay, we say clearing our debts. Well, automatically we assume that means clearing credit card debt or some kind of banking debt that we owe. And that is true. That is something to clear a debt that helps us energetically to pay those things down. But it's also about clearing emotional debts. So if you feel like you owe someone something emotionally, like someone did something for you and you feel like you kind of owe them, why don't you try to pay them back? Why don't you actually make an effort to extend something in kind to them? Even if it's not a money debt, pay them back emotionally, pay them back with a favor, pay them back with a nice deed towards what they need, and you will see that your life starts to balance out. When we end up on the receiving side of people doing nice things for us and we don't give back to them, we will start to notice actually that we call lack into our lives, we call limitation into our lives, because life is all about balance. So we need to give back what we are receiving. So something else you can work on today for manifesting is work on seeing things positively and no more complaining. So when we complain, what we're really doing is we're calling in our status as a victim. So when we're a victim, we're saying to the universe, I'm not getting what I want out of life. It's somebody else's fault. And I really need to have something good happen to me. So what are you going to do for me, universe? Well, that's not how the universe works. This is how the universe works. You say you're a victim, the universe is going to respond in kind and give you more reasons to be a victim. Yes, your energy, what you give out in the universe, is going to call in more reasons for you to be a victim. Okay. Let me see. Let's do one more card for manifesting this week and what you can do for yourself. This is great. So once you work on removing yourself as a victim in your story of life and giving back to others as they give to you, guess what? You will have a windfall of abundance. Isn't that good news? So an increase in abundance is coming your way. It is arriving in many forms. So it may be more than just a big check or a bag of gold. It may be arriving in a form you don't expect. So be open to receiving anything that would be abundant, and know that this comes as a means to support you in your life's purpose. Do you know when you start feeling abundant? When you start being called to give what you do best. So if you're really good at caretaking with people, if you're really good at giving your heart and your mind and your ear to others, do more of that. As you do more of that, you may be called into a situation where you will be rewarded for doing that. That's kind of how it worked for me. As I started out in my work as a healer, when I was just a teenager, I would be in conversations with people and they would tell me that you are so easy to listen to. You're easy to talk to. There are just things I can tell you that I would tell no one else. So in that circumstance, I was just giving of myself with something that I normally do, which is listen well, and people kept coming to me and sharing their problems. I was able to listen without judgment and hold space of healing and light for them. So by doing so, I was called into other circumstances where I was able to help people. And slowly but surely, I was called and offered opportunities to learn how to do spiritual healing, how to do energetic healing, how to help people in ways I never thought of. So you see, it's important to be open to any opportunities you may have to receive abundance. Abundance comes in many forms. So I just want to leave you with that. So no more complaining, remove that status of victimhood, clear your emotional debts, and your physical ones if you can, and be ready for a windfall of abundance. It's coming. It's ready for you energetically. Okay, so I do have a caller. I have Igel in Manchester, Georgia, and I welcome you to my show. Hi.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
You okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'm okay.
Okay, great. Make sure you speak in your phone real clear for me, okay? So tell me, what can I do for you today? Are you there? Sure. So Igel's having a little technical difficulty with her phone, but we're going to get her back here in a minute. So I just want you to know that no matter what the circumstances are in life, like this right now, go with it, roll with it, lean into the circumstance. It doesn't really matter what's going on, it's how you react to it. How do you deal with life's little ruffles? How do you deal with things that happen unexpectedly? Do you react in an upset manner? Are you angry about things? Ask yourself, if you get angry about things, what does that tell yourself about you? What it tells me about you, if you get angry at small little things, is that you view yourself as a victim. You are only a victim if you allow yourself to be so. You can be in charge of how your life gets to go. And when you're in charge of how your life gets to go, you move through life with a flow and ease, and everything works out for your highest good. Are you there?
I'm sorry, I was trying to turn up my volume so I could hear you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So what can I help you with today?
I just need guidance. It's like sometimes I feel like I'm not enough, and sometimes I just feel so insecure.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to be right back. Need to turn my music down so I can hear you better. All right, I'm back. So tell me, tell me again, because our connection's kind of muffled. Just slowly and clearly tell me exactly what you want me to help you with, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I just want guidance, like, of my life. Like, I feel insecure, and sometimes I feel like I'm not enough. I feel like all my life I've been like a people pleaser, and people take my kindness for weakness. But I got to a point where I say to myself, and it just sometimes I feel like I'm not doing enough in life.
You're not strong enough? Is that what you said? In life?
Yes, sometimes I feel like I'm not strong enough, and sometimes I just feel like I'm not doing enough. Like I'm not.
Okay.
Am I headed on the right path?
And so is this, so where do you want to focus this question? Are you on the right path for, did you say, just trying to clarify, in general or something specific?
In general, and is it possible for my love life as well?
Okay, so let me see. I'm going to draw a couple cards, and that's how I talk to my guidance as well. I do it through my mind and also through my cards. The cards don't actually give me the information, but it helps trigger information from my guides for you, okay? So you're talking about your path and if you're on the right one. And you know what I want to tell you, first of all, we're always exactly where we need to be, all right? We're always exactly where we need to be because there are no accidents, all right? Do you believe that there are no accidents in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you believe that you are guided by a higher power?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that. You know that in your heart, right? And if you know that in your heart, then you know you're on the right path. But sometimes it can feel a little unsure, unsteady. So let me see. The first card I drew is, okay, this is something that I want to talk to you about. Are you surrounding yourself with people that you trust?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're surrounding yourself with people you trust, then what they bring to you in your relationships is it's information that you can move forward with. So you're not questioning what they're saying. You're taking it as love, like they give you information with love. Would you understand that? That they're not giving you fearful information, they're giving you loving advice. Would you say that's true?
Yes.
Okay. So some of this is your internal self doubting your path, doubting what you can do. And I have to tell you that you have in your future, you have in your path an emotionally fulfilling life surrounded by family and friends, okay? So you already have some of that. You're going to pull more of that in, all right? I don't know if you have children, but it feels like, okay, when you do have children, it's going to be a really planned and wise effort. In other words, you're going to think about it. And when you have children, you're going to bring them into your life, and you're going to be a wise parent, okay? So in order to move down that path, it's important to be with a partner who's going to meet you in those same expectations. So when you think about your future, when you think about a relationship with a person, do you have an idea of what you want to see?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think about that often, or is that just something that sort of floats in and out of your mind?
They kind of float like in and out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So when we think that way, when we sort of half commit to something, meaning we think about it sometimes and sometimes we don't, we are telling the universe, telling our energy, sending the energy out that we're unsure about what we want. And so do you know what happens then? We get unsure results back. So what I want you to do is I want you to decide every single day how your life gets to be. All right? Do you ever do that? Do you ever think about how your life is going to go that day?
Yes, but like I have the anxiety, so I constantly overthink everything.
Okay, so when you decide how your day gets to be, you're setting your intentions, all right? Have you heard of that word, intention?
Yes.
Okay, so intentions are really about you determining or shaping what the results are of your life. So every single day, I want you to set your intentions in the morning before you even get out of bed. Because you know what? You have all the tools you need to have a fulfilling, loving life with your family and your soon-to-be partner and friends. So I want you to call that in. I feel like sometimes you don't notice you have the power to do whatever you want. You doubt yourself. You don't need to doubt yourself. You're going to be phenomenal at attracting a partner that's going to support you and love you. Once you set your intentions, I want you to actually even write out a list, do it today, of what you want to see in a partner, in a relationship, okay? All the good points, what you want, all right? And I want you to make a list of what you don't want in a partner. all right? And I want you to look at that list after you write it out. Maybe do 5 in one column, 5 in another. And I want you to go over that list every single day. You can change it if you want. You can add or subtract from it. What this is going to do is it's going to send out to the universe what you want in life. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to get that back. You're going to get what you want. You need to trust yourself. You have so much to give to others, and you are in such a supportive environment right now that you are ready. It feels like you're a little baby bird ready to leave the nest, okay? And baby birds don't know they can fly until they jump out of that nest, all right? Like when the baby bird gets out of the nest, it just automatically spreads its wings and it flies. It doesn't know it can fly. That's what I'm getting for you. You know how to fly. You know how to grow stronger. You're ready for it, all right? Okay. Ajal, I'm just going to send you some healing love right now. I want you to receive it. I want you to just close your eyes, breathe in deeply, and know that this is healed and this is done, and your life is going to go in the direction you want it to go. I want you to trust in the universe. Trust in yourself, okay? You're ready. All right. You have a beautiful day, okay, Ajal?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Lori in Duncan, Oklahoma. Are you ready, Lori?
I'm ready. If you're ready, I'm ready.
Well, hi. What can I do for you today?
Well, I just want to know what my future is going to be. I guess my love life. I'm trying to move here permanently. How's that going to be looking? It's not as easy as one thinks it should be. I'm from Canada, but I'm also here visiting with like friends and family over the holidays, like Christmas, and still here. So I don't know what you can see or predict, or I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, so you're wanting to move permanently to the United States, to Oklahoma from Canada?
Yeah, if possible. Yeah. And then my love life, like, I don't know what's going on.
And your love life, so you don't know what's going on there. Are you interested in a person right now?
Well, they're kind of interested in me, but they don't seem to, like, I'm here, but okay, now come visit me, you know?
Right, I
so,
think you're...
I don't know.
Okay. So on the right track as far as, okay, come visit you, meaning making that person come to see you?
Yeah, make the effort. I'm here, hours away.
Absolutely, that's the right approach for you. You need to have that person demonstrate to you exactly what they're made of, all right? Because you want someone with a backbone, right? You want someone who's going to come to you and demonstrate to you how important you are to them. And the only way you're going to see that is by their actions, right? We can't wish it or hope it into existence. We have to see it by their actions, right? So even if this person is not the exact match for you, which I'm not exactly sure this person is the right match for you, I feel like there's somebody else who, by the process of you moving, is going to show up, okay? Because what I'm feeling is this person that you are interested in now was kind of the catalyst to get you thinking about it. Would you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that person is a tool for you. I don't mean a tool, but I mean is a tool for you. Is a tool for you to get you moving. And that person did it, right? You are here. You are, well, you're a little south of me. I'm in Kansas City, so I'm not that far away from you right now. Okay. Yeah, so I pulled a card for you, and let me just tell you, it's about not being deterred by challenges, okay? So what it's telling me is to make sure that you communicate your feelings clearly and accurately. So whatever you have to say, lay it on the line. There's no wishy-washy here with the situation with this person. or anything you're doing right now. That's the energy right now. What you need to understand is the ideas you have. And I'm not sure what you're working on to get yourself here other than, being attracted, but I feel like there's some things you want to do. Those ideas can be implemented. Okay?
Like work. I'm trying to get a job here, but you need that work visa. I'm trying to explain this to lawyers here. I cannot get a job. I have the money to start the process. I need that work visa to be here. It's a challenge.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. You need the work visa. You're looking for work now, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
I am.
Let's see.
I'm a retired corrections and police officer from Canada, and I retired there. But that doesn't mean I can't move here because the weather is so much nicer, and I love the state of Oklahoma, and I love the people, and I want to be here.
Okay. So do you have? I feel like do you have 60 days? Because that's the number I'm coming up with. 60 days time.
Okay.
There's going to be a change. And I just pulled another card, and this one says it's time to go for your dreams. So all the energy is pointing to you doing this. And it says, do something that expands your horizons. So even if you think it's something that's above what you were qualified to do, go for it, okay? If there's something that looks like it's a little beyond you, go for it. You'll be surprised at what the outcome would be, all right?
Okay, all right.
Does that sound like you could do that? Because it feels like there's just going to be something that's going to take off, and it's not going to be anything that you maybe even expect. Be open, open to anything that comes through. All right? Just go for it and allow it. Don't bring in any thoughts of negativity, any thoughts of limitation, and even put this person who brought you here in the first place, this idea of this person, just set that aside. You're really focusing on the energy of getting yourself here through work. So focus on that.
That's great.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Listen, I have to go because I'm running out of time, actually. But if you want to chat, find me on Facebook. My name is Lisa Short. I'm in Lenexa, Kansas. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You have a beautiful day. All right, Lori?
Oh, you too. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, everybody. I just want to let you know I'm on Facebook. My name is Lisa Short. I'm in Lenexa, Kansas. You can find me there on my personal page. I'm also on my business page at Pure Love Energy. Find me there. You can also check me out on my website, pureloveenergy.com. I hope you all have a beautiful week. I'll see you next time, Tuesdays, 3 Central. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for intuitive listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is intuitive listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody. It's Trish Rock here for the Intuitive Listening Show. And wow, this is my third week in. I can't believe it. And I just want to thank you all for being here and following along with these shows. It's amazing. All right, so I've chosen a card this morning and for this week for a collective message for us all. And I've chosen from my beautiful deck, the Sacred Journey into the Animal Realms. It's a beautiful deck. And it was really interesting because the one that came out for us all was this one, Miracle. And firstly, I was excited about the miracle, right? But secondly, because it's a kangaroo, and many of you know we've had massive fires through Australia, and they have killed off millions of animals, and one of them being the kangaroo. And I just thought it was interesting that the kangaroo came up today with the word miracle, because even though so the first message here is, even though a lot of native wildlife and land got kind of wiped out, there are miracles happening every day there with new life and with animals being rescued. So that was the first thing. But the second thing is, as a collective message, this miracle really is a beautiful card. And I want to read to you from the book what it means. This rare white male kangaroo has hopped into your life today, and one of his gifts is a miracle. A miracle is simply the blessings that come from walking our paths in trust and love. You kept going even when the path wove into the dark heart of the forest. That takes courage. And because you have embraced life in this sacred way, you have opened doors to the miraculous. Limitations fall away and the impossible becomes possible. This really is a beautiful message for this week, that your perseverance has paid off in whatever it is that, whatever area of life that is for you. Things are really starting to show up for many of you. And, there needs to be some trust in this as well, because often we ask for things to show up for us, and then when they do, we don't trust it and we kind of push it away. So this week, really be open to all of the beautiful miracles that are coming your way from your hard work, your persistence, and your energy opening. Lots of beautiful miracles. Now, what I want to talk with you about today is one of your intuitive listening abilities, and that is one of the clairs. And we're going to talk about claircognizance. Now, many of you know clairvoyance. So clair, breaking it down, clair means clear, and then we have the word after it. So clairvoyance is clear seeing. Claircognizance is clear knowing. And I want to talk a little bit about that today because, many of us don't trust that when it comes up. And, you know, it is a beautiful guiding voice that can help us solve problems and help us just during the day with that flow of things. And I know when I first started developing my claircognizance, it's always been there, but when I started really developing it and starting to lean into it and trust it, I was getting all of this knowledge that I thought, well, I can't prove that I know that. I was getting all of these things coming in that I knew, right? But no way of proving that I knew it. And that for me was a block, because I thought, how can I teach this, or how can I express this information that I know from here, from my gut feeling, my claircognizance, without, you know, feeling like a fraud or people asking how I know that. And I think for many of you listening, that could be the case too. And even with your gut feeling, that's claircognizance. It's your gut feeling. It's that knowing that you have, but you don't know how you know it, is the best way I can describe it. But it's a very wise voice. And it's a knowing that if you trust it, can really help you in many situations in life. And I like to think that the knowing and the information that I'm receiving, and the knowledge that is just innately there, has come from, you know, my energy and my experiences across all time and space. I kind of feel that it's like the Akash, it's like this pool of knowledge that I can draw from. And I started trusting that, and it really has helped me a lot in my daily flow and in my work. And this is what I help my clients with as well, to really trust those feelings, those innate knowings, and to really help them tune into that in their work, but also just in their everyday life, because it makes a big difference. And that's something I would encourage you to do this week. When you have those knowings, it's like, think of it like, you know, if you've ever played trivia, like if you go to a trivia night and all of a sudden a question is asked and you're like, oh, I know that. And then you're like, oh, how do I know that? Right? And you kind of just go, oh, well, I must have heard it somewhere. You've got to treat claircognizance a little bit like that. And if you have that innate knowing of something, to really just trust it and go, oh, well, I don't know how I know that, but it's quite strong here that I do know it. So I'm going to trust it. So I would encourage you this week just to really practice that as far as you feel comfortable, and start tuning in to that guidance of yours that really will give you the answers when you ask for solutions. And of course, if you want to tune more into that area of your life, and if you are actually hearing a lot of those answers now but not quite sure where to go with it, please connect with me and book in for a reading, or come and join me in my mentoring program, where, you know, I truly do help you transform your life into the life that you've been dreaming of. And, you know, it's just amazing to watch people's lives unravel and transform in such a short time. But, you know, if that's for you, and I know that many people are starting to say, you know, there's got to be more than this, and this is the year that I'm going to put some things in place to truly have better foundations for my life and my life moving forward. So if that's you, please connect with me and come and check out my work. So you can go to trishrock.com. You can book in a free call with me there. You can also head over to my Facebook pages at Trish Rock Abundance and, you know, connect with me over there. Just send me a message. And, let's really find those solutions for you in your life moving forward. And if you are starting to tune in to your intuition, then this is the opportunity for you this year to get some groundwork, get some foundations and some stability in that area so that you can grow from there, either in your own business or just in your everyday life, tuning in to that voice that you've got and those intuitive prompts that are always guiding us, to really tune in and start trusting them a lot more than you have been. And for many of us, with this beautiful fifth dimension energy that is universal now, we are having new portals of energy opening up to us to explore these greater abilities that we all have, right? We all have them. We've just been told for so many, or instructed, or controlled for so many thousands of years now that we've forgotten our power. We've forgotten our power, and it's really time now to open that up within ourselves and be the shining light in your own life and in the lives of others around you. To really show them the way as well. And, you know, it's a ripple effect. As soon as we have confidence in ourselves and start exploring our abilities and start exploring what brings us joy, that has a ripple effect out to all of those around us. And people can see that, oh, it's possible. Maybe I can try as well. And you really become a shining light in the lives of many people, but mainly yourself. And so the message this week is listen to those gut feelings, listen to that claircognizance, that knowing that you have about things. Don't feel the need to have to prove it to yourself or anyone. Just trust it. And our other beautiful collective message here is miracle. And you are a miracle. Life is a miracle. All life is a miracle. And when you're in that flow of love and joy and trust, miracles do come, because miracles are just the alignment of energy and flow, and the energetic blocks being taken away. And you have the ability to do that through your innate ability to ask for the answers. Yes. So should be a really beautiful week. And look, please let me know as the week goes on what miracles have unfolded for you. And if there is something that has been blocking those miracles, then, or blocking anything that you're asking for, then don't get frustrated. Just ask yourself, why has it not come yet? What am I blocking here? And ask your intuitive self, your claircognizance, hop into that pool of knowledge that you have innately and ask the question, what is it that is blocking this from coming into my life, and can I start trusting the inner voice, the knowledge, the gut feelings that come to me on a daily basis? Or do I need help to tune in to those answers and start really trusting myself? And the other thing this week is we're kind of coming towards the end of January now. So there could be some feelings of frustration of, it's the new year, we're nearly at the end of January and I still haven't done blah, 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 blah. And that happens at the beginning of every year. So try not to feel frustrated. There's always more time and it's never done. Okay, so be gentle on yourself, be easy on yourself. At this time of year, we can be quite harsh on ourselves. But if there is something that you truly want to achieve in your life this year, if there's a dream that has been eluding you for so long, please connect with me and let's have a chat about how I can help you. So hop onto my website at trishrock.com or head over to my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance. All right, now we have a beautiful caller with us today, Simone in Lomita from California. Hello, Simone.
Yeah.
How are you?
And here, I'm okay.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I cannot
Thank you
hear
for coming on. How can I help?
Yeah, you keep breaking up.
How can
I
how
keep
can I help
losing
you, Simone?
Well, you wanted to give me a mini reading. Do I have to have a subject?
No, you don't have to have a subject at all. Is there anything you wanted to ask, or you want to just see what?
Yes, I would like to know about employment.
Employment, okay, no problem. The first, yep.
Yeah. I'm currently working for somebody.
Okay.
And how is this company going to pick up in the future?
Right. The first thing I'm really sensing here with you, Simone, is that I feel you're there out of a sense of duty in a way. I don't feel that you're absolutely loving everything that you do. And, there is that fear of being displaced and not having the stability of that money coming through each week. But I really feel if you can really start letting your heart guide you rather than your mind, because when we get too caught up in the fear of what will happen or the fear of the future, or we let our mind get 20 steps ahead, we end up in fear, and that often will then bring things into being that will support that fear. So I would really take a step back, Simone, and really do what you can to step out of your head and maybe not get so far ahead, and just get into your heart and just really start appreciating everything that you love about that work right now and that job, and try to imagine into how it would feel to be there for a lot longer, rather than the fear of not being there. I get the sense that I get the sense that it's not going to disappear, like you are going to have that work, but I feel that things are evolving there and there might be some changes. And if you can really tune into what you love doing, that's going to give you a bit of a gateway into the new way that they run things. So,
are the changes positive or negative? Are they positive or negative?
Positive changes overall, but whenever there is change, there are people who don't like change so much, and that's what I'm saying to you. If you can really get into your heart space on this and really look at everything that you really love that you do on a daily basis, you will automatically be in that energetic flow to be enjoying the changes. Now, the other people in the company, that's up to them whether they enjoy the changes or not. But you, on a personal level, you can decide to embrace what's happening and go with the flow, and that will actually be more advantageous to you as far as how you're feeling, but also as far as where you go with the company.
Okay, does he want me to stay?
I can't see you leaving. I can't see you leaving. So yeah. So I think it's a secure place there for you. But once again, everybody has their own will, and everybody can make choices. If these changes are feeling fearful for you, then you might decide that it's not for you, and that will influence any decisions. So my message really to you is to hop into your heart and really look at the work that you're doing, and really appreciate what you love about it and how you're appreciated there, because I think you do a great job, and really be open to any changes that come along without fear. I think that's really the biggest message here, is not to be fearful of it, to embrace it. Embrace it.
So he does have plans for the future.
I don't know about him personally, whoever you're speaking about. I'm just sensing wherever you're working, there is some changes happening, and if you can, really step out of the fear of that and get more into your flow and what brings you joy in life, that will make it an easier transition for you with work, whatever happens. But I don't feel that you're leaving there. So the sense I'm getting is that whatever changes are happening, you will still be there. That's the sense I'm getting. Whoever you're speaking about, whatever his plans are, I'm not tuning into that. I'm just tuning into you, and I sense that you will stay there. It may be in a different capacity or a different role, but if you can really embrace, finding the fun, I guess, and the joy in all of that, it will make it a lot easier for you. It's about, hopping into the heart and getting less in the head here with overthinking. Yeah. Does that make sense, Simone?
I have a question. Are you also a spiritualist?
A spiritualist? What do you mean by that?
Can you connect to the other side?
Sometimes they come in for me. I wouldn't class myself as an evidential medium. Sometimes they do. It just really depends. Yeah.
My husband passed away in November.
Okay.
And he said he would stay in touch with me, but so far he only presented him once for a tiny second.
Okay.
For a tiny second. and he showed me a black spot on his cheek, and the black spot was as like a big tar spot, and I don't know what it means.
Ah, okay. So, what's your gut feeling about what that means? Showing something here on his cheek.
I do not know. I have no idea.
Yeah. I feel that he is. I feel that he is giving you messages, but once again, if you can step more into your heart and less in your head and kind of over analysing or over thinking whatever messages come, that he will show up. And when he shows up, it's really just to give you comfort and let you know that he's there. Okay? So
do you see that happening more often in the future? Do you see that happening more often in the future?
I think it will, Simone, if you can let go of the outcome and really just kind of go, oh, he showed up today, rather than trying to analyse the message. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Simone. I'll have to go now. Thank you so much. I hope that's helped. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Please exercise some trust in your claircognizance and your inner knowing this week, and really start trusting yourselves. Know that miracles can happen when you allow them, and just allow them in. Please connect with me over my website or on my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance. I would love to read for you or help you get where you want to go this year. All right, I will see you again next week. Have an amazing week. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh,
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. Look, I'm pleased to start the show off and say that we've got a little bit of relief here in Australia from our massive bushfires that we've had. They're not all out, but there's been rain in some very needed areas, and we've gone from one extreme to the other where parts of the country are on fire and other parts of the country are flooding and having hailstorms. So it can only happen in Australia, plus dust storms, just to mix it up a little bit. The only thing we haven't had this week in Australia is snow. So we can always hope for that, I suppose. So wherever you are in this world of ours, I know that there's been lots of people that have been going through lots of weather events since the beginning of the year, and my heart does go out to you. So I think collectively as a globe, I think we should all sort of hold everybody in our prayers this week and sort of pray for a bit of peace, a little contentment, and certainly the weather to calm down in your little neck of the woods and just everybody to be able to start to heal. I think that's the message of this week, is that we've had so much, even in just a very short space of time, for the start of a new year. There's been so many things to deal with. There's so much stuff going on politically and, you know, right around the world. There's just so many things that are happening. And I think everybody's sort of saying, wow, if this is the beginning of the year 2020, what's the rest of the year going to be like? Because it got off to a very vibrant sort of start, in lots of ways positive, but in lots of ways not so positive too. It's just sort of like all action stations, all systems go. So I'm pleased to sort of share with you this week the Secrets of Tarot card of the week is the Hermit. Now, when I see this card come out in a reading, I automatically take a deep breath and exhale and think, wow, okay, now things are going to start to sort of slow down a little bit more marginally, or things are going to start to become a little bit more streamlined. Now, the actual meaning of the Hermit card can be loneliness, unattached, but more importantly, it's usually soul-searching time is needed, or time alone. Now, this is a very important thing because, you know, as I said, we got off to such a racy sort of start to 2020. I think we all need to catch our breath now and maybe have a little bit of time by ourselves, or doing things that give us pleasure, things that sort of give us that opportunity to stop and smell the roses, smell the coffee, take a deep breath, sort of do some yoga, do some meditation, or just sort of sit there and stare into your candle. You know, I mean, there's many different ways of being able to catch your breath and sort of do a little bit of soul searching without actually consciously soul searching. It's a time of stillness that I think is necessary. And wouldn't it be nice if the world could take a little bit of a breath at the moment and just sort of slow down and let everybody catch their breath with all the things that are going on around the world at the moment? I mean, you know, news stations are very, very busy at the moment. They've got plenty of things to report, from weather events to impeachments to royal dramas to you name it. It's all happening. So it's a time now, I think, where we can catch our breath. So I'd like to sort of move on to now the candle that I've chosen for this week, because I think it's very appropriate that the candle sort of matches the card that I took out this morning. And the candle this week that I chose last night was the candle of healing, because I truly do believe the globe, the planet, all of us need a little bit of healing at the moment. Now, when I bring a candle out like this called healing, that doesn't necessarily mean we've got to race off to the medical practitioner and get a physical. What it means is that a little bit like the soul-searching card of the Hermit, we all need to stop. We need to take a breath. We need to sort of start to sort of slow down a little bit and just allow ourselves to do a little bit of self-healing. And sometimes that can just come in the form of being a little bit still, being at peace with yourself, sort of giving yourself that chance to catch up on everything. And I think that there's been so many things that have already started to happen in this busy time of the year as we've kicked off 2020 that I think we could all do with a little bit of healing energy at the moment. For those of you that might have a physical or an emotional illness that you're trying to heal, this is a candle that's really good for that. So how I work with this candle is that I don't necessarily write 3 things on the piece of paper that I want to release and 3 things that I want to attract to myself. What I tend to do with the healing candle is I put on there anything that I might be struggling with, whether that's an emotional issue, whether it's a physical issue. It's, you know, for many of us as we get older, we get more aches and pains and things that we didn't know that we had before in our youth all of a sudden sort of manifest as we start to get a bit older. I tend to put those sort of things on my list. I read it out aloud, and I burn the candle for a minimum of 10 minutes a day. And I like to sit there and stare into the flame of the candle. And this is where I have my time to catch my breath. I can focus on what I've got written on my list, or I can just sit there and enjoy the flickering flame of the candle. So I think it's important that we all take a little bit of time to sort of just catch our breath at the moment and do a little bit of self-healing. So in the vein of the healing candle, I've chosen this week 3 candles that I think are appropriate for now. And one is the candle of travel. Now, the reasons why I chose the travel one first was I felt that if we sent the traveling energy out there, that we're sending it all around the globe to everybody, that encompasses everybody this week. Then I've got the healing candle in the middle. And to end this week's selection, I've got the love candle. So I thought we could send out this massive healing energy to the world and send a loving energy with it that I think we could all do with a little bit of peace, a little bit of tranquility. And the answer to the question is always love. Love is the answer. Love is something that helps us conquer, I think, everything in our lives, from sadness to positivity. It probably doesn't pay your bills, but it certainly goes a long way to giving you the coping mechanisms to be able to do that. So we're now going to look at what's actually happening around the universe. And this week I'm going to take the emphasis off the Capricorn sort of energy, because I'm going to do a I'm going to do a live broadcast after this show over on my Amanda Hall page over on Facebook Live, where I'm going to talk about, is there anything positive to come out of the Australian bushfire? And that will be directly after this show. So I'm going to focus on all the energies that have been sitting. So I'd like to sort of action of the show and look at sort of what's happening astrologically in a slightly different way. Let's look at where some of the other planets are. Let's look at, Pluto is actually making a very nice aspect to Jupiter at the moment. Pluto and Jupiter are still sitting in Capricorn, but let's focus on the moon. The moon is actually sitting in Sagittarius at the moment, and he's sitting there holding hands with the planet of Mars, the planet of action. So it's like the time where our emotions are sort of quite charged at the moment, but they don't necessarily have to be on a negative. They can be very, very much on a positive, where we can sort of be really feeling very optimistic. We can be feeling like as if we've got plenty of energy. Emotional drive is certainly positive and focused, and we can certainly achieve a lot at the moment because we have this energy to get up and get motivated and get off the couch and sort of make hay while the sun shines, so to speak. And at the same time, we've also got a really nice aspect of Venus, the planet of love and affection, is actually holding hands with the planet Neptune. Now, Neptune is the planet of illusion and delusion, but it's also the planet of creativity, of a gentle sort of flowing sort of energy where we get some brilliant ideas. So I feel at the moment, with Venus holding hands with Neptune, we can have some amazing romantic moments at the moment, because it's in the watery sign of Pisces, which is always a sign of it being sort of very gentle, of sort of like the flowing tide. It's like water coming in, water going out, and it's just a very gentle, caressing sort of energy. So I feel it's a really positive time for romance at the moment. So if you haven't really had time to catch your breath so far this year and spend some quality time with that special someone, now's the time to sort of make an appointment with yourselves to sort of zone in some sort of, or pencil in the diary, some very special couple time over the next few days or the next week, and really sort of reconnect with each other and just enjoy each other, enjoy the magic of the moment. And I feel it's a very positive time if you need to have some conversations with loved ones about issues that might have been troubling you or things that you think that need addressing. Now is the time to do so, because we've got this positive planetary influence with the moon holding hands with Mars in Sagittarius. So people are going to be a lot more broad-minded, more open-minded to conversations than what they would have been. Yes, they might get a little bit hot under the collar, but it'll be positive hot under the collar. Like if somebody yells and screams or jumps up and down, it's because they want to be heard. They want to get their side of the story out. And it's like if we can work with that and then work with the loving, positive breakthrough type of energy of Venus conjunct or holding hands with Neptune in Pisces, we've got some really nice mutable energy happening on a fire level and on a water sign level. So we've got the best of both worlds at the moment, where we can sort of be flexible and see things from someone else's point of view. Now, it's also very interesting because we haven't had this opportunity for a very long time now, many months, where I'm happy to say there is not one planet that's going retrograde or backwards at the moment. Every planet is going direct. So it's like the energy of the 8 planets and the 2 luminaries is very focused. It's very straightforward. Let's go. There's no complications. There's no restrictions. There's no boulders in the way for us to trip over. It's a time where we can really focus on moving things forward. Now, having said this, it's a time where, on one hand, I'm asking you to stop and smell the roses and sort of slow things down and sort of have a little bit of time to yourself. And that's very important. But it's also the time then, once we've done that and we've got our clear thinking, then we can catapult things into action and sort of start to really ramp everything up and get our creative hat out of the wardrobe or the closet and start to sort of look at the things that we might want to achieve in 2020. We've all, still got our New Year's resolutions are sort of quite fresh in the back of our mind. Whether we've done anything about it or not is another thing, but they're certainly there. This can be a good time for goal setting for the things that you hope to achieve or you're working towards for 2020. It can also be a good time to look at your family finances and look at how much money you spent over the festive season and how you're going to quickly repay that and get your finances back on track. But it can also be a good time to sort of start setting some personal goals for us as an individual. And whether that means that you're going to start to looking after yourself better, sort of taking a walk in the park or looking at the food that you put into your mouth, how much exercise, how much rest you get, all these things need to be brought into balance. And while we have such an emphasis on so many planets sitting in Earth, I think we need to sort of start looking at how we can ground ourselves, how we can take better care of ourselves as a person. Stop blaming everyone else. Stop blaming advertising and the convenience of fast food. We are the ones that are still in control of what we put into our bodies. And I think we can collectively take small steps that can have a major influence on our well-being and our health this year. And that's one of the things that I think each and every one of us should be striving for, is to improve our physical and emotional health. So having said that, we're going to take our first call, and it's Robin in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Are you there, Robin? Oh, Robin's just disappeared for the second. We'll be getting Robin back in a minute, so I'll keep talking about astrological things. So it's going to be another huge year, I'm sure, astrological-wise. It's a time where, the planets just seem to be doing their dance and sort of having more fun than what I've ever seen in many years. And if I can touch back on the full moon that we had in Capricorn, in Cancer, which was only a bit over a week ago now, and there was a lot of people that said that it was very, very powerful. They felt a real energy shift. It was in Cancer, so the moon was back in its own sign. And yes, it was a lunar eclipse, so it was a time of tremendous letting go. And I think a lot of people didn't realise how much of a shift of energy that they were going to experience personally when this full moon was actually over. It was sort of like a huge shift on many directions. Some people actually felt a release on the physical as well as the emotional. So it was a very powerful full moon that kicked off the first full moon for the year. So if that's the sort of pattern that we're laying down for 2020, then I think a lot of people are going to have more of an influence with the full moon this year than what they've probably ever had before in their lives. So it may just be setting a precedence for us to be sort of focusing more on the things that we want in our lives. So it's a good thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I feel very comfortable with what's actually sort of happening in our lives at the moment. I feel that 2020 is going to be a very exciting year. I think it's going to be a year of major breakthroughs. I think we're probably going to see a lot of shifts and changes around the world in many ways at how, political parties behave, how we as a nation sort of react to the decisions that our leaders make. I think it's going to be a huge year for climate change. I think there's going to be a lot more discussions around climate change, which is good. So we seem to have lost Robin. We're going to go to Tyresha in Illinois. Are you there, Tyresha?
Yes, I am.
You have a question I can work with, sweetie?
I'm not sure how you are with this, but I was wondering if my mother that is deceased happens to have any message for me.
Can you repeat that, sweetie? I had trouble hearing your question.
I said I was just wondering if maybe my mother that has recently passed maybe had a message for me.
Oh, okay, your mum that's recently passed. Sweetie, there's never any guarantee that they're going to come through in a very short space of time that we've got here on the show to answer that question. Just let me sort of be very clear with you that your mum is always going to be with you. Just because she's passed, whether it was last week or last year or 20 years ago, that doesn't sort of denote that they're going to come through any quicker on the time frame that they've gone to the other side. They are always with us. They are always very aware of the things that we're doing in our lives. And I think us as human beings, we tend to think when someone passes that they must have some tremendous message that they've got to share with us, or something that they haven't shared with us while they're here on earth, and they're not going to be able to settle or rest in peace until they've shared this with us. That's not necessarily the case. Usually it's just a fact of they want you to know that they know that what you're up to. They don't even necessarily all the time have anything of any great substance that they want to share with us, just to let you know that they're okay and they see what's going on in your life. Your mum hasn't come through with any particular message, but what I am picking up psychically is that there's still a couple of changes that are going to come up around you over the next couple of months. So was there things that you were working on just prior to your mother's passing that sort of got put to one side with the loss of your mum, that you had other things that you needed to focus on?
Like my career, finding a job.
Yeah, those sort of things, the things that you were working on or striving towards before she passed, and then sort of obviously you had to change gears for a little bit because there was a family tragedy to deal with. Look, I do feel that there is a new job. I'm not sure that it's going to be this month, but I'm sort of seeing around March, the beginning of March, being a very definite time for you moving forward. It's like sort of slowly start to get your head back into what you want to achieve for 2020. Start looking at how you can sort of put that into action. And I feel be ready to sort of launch yourself in early March, because things sort of seem to be really ramping up then. It's interesting because every time I ask if your mum's there, I don't get anything directly other than a pink flower, but I'm going to say it's not a rose. I'm not really good on flowers. It's a big sort of flower like a camellia or something like that. So I don't know whether your mum's message from that is that she's just giving you a flower to sort of say she's okay, or was that something that she had a particular unusual sort of flower that was her favourite?
She knows I like carnations.
Okay, well that's not what I would consider a normal flower this day and age, yes. If it's a carnation, it was bigger than a carnation. It wasn't a petite one. It was a really a lipstick-coloured pink, a lolly pink, candy pink colour, but it was big. If it was a carnation, it's a beautiful carnation. She was showing it to me as an exaggerated version of one, so I'm going to take that's what she's showing me, that, instead of just showing me a small carnation, she's showing me one the size of a saucer that you'd put a cup on, to show you how much she really does love you, and she is here and she is connecting with you. Was it a sudden passing, was it? Because she keeps telling me that she wasn't prepared for this.
Okay.
So was it sudden when she departed?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, because she's telling me she wasn't prepared. I'm not saying that she hasn't come to terms with it since she's passed over to the other side, but what she was sharing with me was she wasn't prepared for this. So I feel that she's just letting you know that she's okay. She's given you this very oversized carnation, and she just wants you to get on with starting slowly to take the reins to your life again, my sweet. So we're going to leave it there. We're going to talk to Cheryl now in Forked River in New Jersey in the US of A. Are you there, Cheryl?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Cheryl?
Yes, I'd like to know if my daughter's going to come back.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a really sad sort of state of events, isn't it, Cheryl, that you're having to ask a question like that. My first indication there when I tune into your daughter is at the moment she's been quite stubborn. She's not sort of seeing that there's any need to sort of change the status quo at the moment. Now, I don't want you to be upset by that. I want you to sort of take this in a very positive way to say that, okay, you raised your daughter to be a very strong, self-willed young lady who can make her own decisions. Yes, not necessarily always the ones we as mothers would like them to make, but she's made her own decisions. She's doing well, but at this point she's not prepared to sort of bend and sort of make some sort of direction coming back towards the family. She's still sort of quite upset. I'm not going to use the word angry. I'm going to say upset. And it's sort of like, well, I've made my decision and I'm sticking to it. No one's going to change my mind. And she's very definite about that. That won't always be the case. I think by the end of the year, well and truly before the end of the year, somewhere between August and the end of the year, you will have some communication from your daughter. Now, it may not be necessarily in the form of a text message or a phone call. It may just be something as simple as her reaching out to you on social media or something like that, sort of testing the water to see what you're going to do and how you're going to react to it. I wouldn't go overboard with that. If she sort of sends you a friend request on social media, yes, by all means accept it, but I wouldn't go overboard in sort of bombarding her with questions. How are you? Where are you? What's going on? Just sort of leave it up to her to sort of slowly come back towards you. Look, I'm not going to sit here and sort of say who was at blame and, all the things that happened in your family setup. But what I will say is at the moment your daughter needs to sort this out for herself. This is a very important part of her becoming a stronger, more confident young woman, is that she needs to be able to sort this out for herself. And when she does come back, she will come back, with a little bit of an attitude, but also you're going to see a very strong, powerful, confident young woman. And you're going to be very, very proud to think, well, gee, I really did raise her well. She can stand on her own 2 feet. She can stand up for the things that she believes in. And for that, I'm pleased. And that's a good thing. But when you do start to reestablish your connection there with your daughter, and it will be slow to begin with, but it will be a definite connection, and it will be something I think that will never be broken again. It's like the two of you will see each other in a different light. And I think you'll accept each other as two very strong, powerful, stubborn, big-headed women that, don't always see eye to eye, but you can respect and understand and appreciate the other person's point of view, even though you mightn't always agree with it. So that's a good thing. But, you must realise she doesn't believe she was wrong. She's not going to admit that. So I think it's not a matter of who was right and who was wrong. I think it's a matter of us being able to draw a line under this and being able to move forward as a family. And I think that's the important thing. And I can tell you she's okay. She's doing well. She's really powering on, and you've got nothing to worry about other than the fact that she's not in contact with you. But let me assure you, there isn't a day goes past where she doesn't think about you and doesn't wonder what you're up to, but she's just not ready to reach out just yet. So I hope that's put your mind at ease, Cheryl, because it's always difficult when our children don't speak to us for various reasons, and we just need to know that they're okay, and she is okay, sweetie.
Great. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. And that's where we're going to leave, Cheryl. Now, it's always hard when we have, issues with our children or family members, and, it rips families apart for various different reasons. And a lot of times they're very silly reasons, as we see it at the time. But it's usually that little thing that is the final straw for somebody that's been unhappy or been agitated or upset with a family member. And it's a little thing that's the final thing that makes them walk away. But, it's a time where I think that we need to appreciate and respect that everybody has their own right to be able to turn their back and walk away from a family situation or a situation that they believe is toxic to them or is not working for them. And it doesn't mean that they stop loving us. It just means that they need to do this for their own self-preservation. And I think there's a lot to be said for that, because we raise our children with the best tools that hopefully we can give them as parents to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and make decisions and to be proud of them. And then when they act upon those tools that we've instilled in them as they're growing up, we then tend to sort of get a little bit upset and say, oh, why did they do that? That's not what I wanted them to do. Well, we've got to understand that they are grown-ups and they have the right to make choices and make decisions that suit them and are right for them. So there may be a few people out there that are going through the same situation as Cheryl. Know that your children are okay. You know, they just don't choose to be in our lives at the moment. So for those of you that want to join me over on my Amanda Hall page, I'll be talking directly after this show in a couple of minutes on some positive things to come out of the Australian bushfires on an astrological point of view. So until next week, make sure that you start doing a little bit of healing on yourself and really looking after yourself, because that's the most important thing we can do for ourselves, is to look after ourselves, and then we can take care of everyone else. So bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening. How is everybody? Hope you're all well. My name's Michelle. I'm the Modern Day Medium. Really excited to be here this evening doing this show with you. Hope you've all been good. Here in England, we've had some beautiful weather, sunshine, crisp mornings, frost. Absolutely my favourite. That must be because I'm a January baby, but I absolutely love it. So it's been lovely out walking, being with nature, and just sort of sliding into the new year, getting into the new year still, what it is I want, what my hopes and dreams and desires are, and just concentrating on those and manifesting them, really, making sure that they're going to happen to the best that I can. So talking about that, I just wanted to, got a little itchy on my head. Talking about that, I wanted to talk about New Year's resolutions or tasks or goals, or things it is that we are hoping or wanting to achieve, which within itself, the word saying, right, next year I'm going to do this, I'm going to achieve this, I'm going to get that goal, I'm going to finally get rid of the ex-boyfriend, I'm going to sort out the problems with family, whatever it may be. But we do have this underlining emotions, which are all energy. Okay, so everything we do is energy. As a psychic medium, and a healer, and a qualified healer in many different modalities, the one thing that you know and that you have to learn, and you have to learn to work with, is the vibration, is the energy, is exactly what we all are. And we all give off this vibe, we all give off this energy coming out of our emotions, coming out from our meridians, our chakras, our auras, and we just give off this vibe to people, okay? So just putting that thought aside for the minute, when we come into dealing with things we want to achieve and we're feeling stuck, and for some reason we can't seem to move forward, it's because there's a slight disparity within the vibration within yourself. So we've got heart, soul, and spirit of ourselves, so head and heart. And the really important thing to do here is to sit with yourself, really meditate with you, and connect in with your soul, and check in there. What is really going on? What is it I really, really want? So many of us live just in our head or just in our heart. It's not the place we need to be. Where we need to be is going down into our soul, connecting with our soul. However you may see that, whatever that may be to you. To me, it's a beautiful white light, almost like a Christmas decoration that's pure white and just grows and grows and grows. And that's the soul of me. That's the soul of Michelle. And it's really good to check in with yourself to see how you're feeling. So emotions have different vibrations as well. They really, really do. And if you imagine them, somebody shared this with me last week, and I'm very grateful. If you imagine them being like a cone, so if you imagine emotions, so imagine this cone, and down at the bottom, we have got shame, guilt, anger, anxiety. And these are all the emotions that sit at the bottom of this cone, sit at the bottom of the vibrational chart. So in our heads, we're thinking, I'm going to go off, I'm going to go and achieve this, I'm going to go and do it, how wonderful, how great, how fantastic, I can't wait, and I'm running at 300 miles an hour. But really within our soul, we haven't healed. We've still got some of this anxiety, fear, grief, desire, some of these lower energies, okay? So if we can just sit with those and connect with our soul and connect with us, we can allow them to go. We can let go of them. We really can. Meditation is a great way to do it. And then the more we can raise our vibration and raise our self and the soul of us, mind, body, soul, spirit, and start to heal more and more and more, the easier it is for us to go up in this cone of this vibration and raise our vibration, so we're going up and up and up, okay? And whoever tries this, I really recommend it. So sit there feeling sad, feeling low, having this fear, having this anxiety, having this shame, having this guilt, having this stress is difficult to get out of. So if we can just connect with that, let it go. It sounds easy, I know, but if we can connect with that and let that go, then we can actually honestly raise our vibration, raise and raise and raise our vibration until we are in a much happier, lighter place. And that's how we're all intended to be, a nice higher vibration where we are living in a more enlightened place, a higher, happier energy. And then when we're in that energy and when we're in that higher place more often, a bit like I've got tuning forks here. You won't be able to hear it, but this tuning fork vibrates, and this is a beautiful high vibration, this one. And that really is where we should try to be as humans, as people, because it also brings in a lot of healing for us, mentally, emotionally, physically, and it's just wonderful. So all I'm saying to you all, please, as a healer, and this is one of the things I do, I work with my tuning forks and helping people to let go and raise their vibration. So if I can just say to you tomorrow when you get out of bed in the morning, just to say, right, I'm going to just live a day with no fear, no anxiety. I know it's easy, but you can do it. And just raise your vibration to a higher vibration. And you'll most certainly find that you'll have a happier day, or at least a morning, until somebody might annoy you. And then we have to go and look at that again and then release that. And the more we can release, the more we can release, the more we don't carry on our shoulders and burdens with us, the more we can live in this higher vibration. So that's what I wanted to share with you today for your New Year's resolutions, because we do have all this pressure and stress we put on ourselves in today's life. And the simple thing is, we can just do something about it with our energy and make ourselves in a better, more positive place. It doesn't mean we have to go and buy a handbag or buy a new car, etc., etc. We can just feel happier. We have it all there within us, within our soul as well. And like I said, as a psychic medium and as a healer, that's very, very important. So I think I've got my first caller here today. So Keisha, is it Keisha I've got here?
Yes, it's Keisha.
Keisha, is it? That's how you say it, my darling? Good evening, or good evening here for me, and good afternoon to you, I should think it is. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Great. Okay, how can I help you, my lovely?
I guess so. Was say like love relationship, or like I was wondering if he was gonna propose this year. I've been waiting for a while, just seeing if you could see if it was gonna happen soon.
So you're asking if there's going to be a ring on your finger?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. All right. I've got a gentleman, first of all, as I am a medium, stepping forward from the world of spirit for you. He feels very much like a fatherly figure on your mother's side. So this feels like a grandfather figure to you, my darling, if not your father, sweetheart. Right. You're quite a complex creature. You're an interesting young lady, and you're quite, not because you want the ring on your finger, but you're quite an impatient lady as well. You want everything now. I feel that you this gentleman's telling me you're making me laugh because you're funny. You like good fun. You enjoy life. He's making me feel that you're not too worried about all the menial minor things in your home or at home. You're not bothered about that. What you really want is you have this vum for life and this massive zest for life, and you enjoy life, okay? I am being told that there have been losses, and you've had a lot of losses in your life, sweetheart, and I need to go back 2 years as well, darling, okay? Now, I don't know if you've lost or a child has gone through, or whether you've got a child in the world of spirit, please, sweetheart.
I lost my sister.
Okay, fine. Not if we can come back to your sister in a minute, but I need to feel like whether there's been a small child that didn't make it to the earth plane, please, whether this could be just naturally didn't stay with you or something happened. I do definitely have a child here in the world of spirit within your family, then I have to go. Right, your sister, goodness gracious me. Right, I have to say, I feel your sister, she's also a massive character, just hilarious. The life was sucked out of her, please, if you can understand that, my love. I feel that she was ill for some time, and life was just sucked out of her, and she got more and more drained, please, my darling. But she always smiled. I feel the two of you were incredibly close as well, all right? And she's bringing me in funny memories of when you were both children. Not all families do have this lovely closeness, but I feel the two of you did. You shared a lot of secrets, and you got up to no good as well. She's telling me, were you the older sister, please, my love?
Yes, I am the oldest.
You covered for her a few times. She's saying that you had her back. You had her back, all right? You had her back.
Yes.
And you're a great, wonderful sister. She needs you to know that she's standing tall now, please. Like physically. She's standing up perfectly straight, if that makes sense to you, please, okay? And she's moving around, so whether she enjoyed dance or music, but she's moving and mucking around quite a lot, and she's laughing a lot as well, all right? She sends you just an abundance of love, and she really needs you to know that she's around you. I need to mention, it sounds like she's saying to me frankincense or freesias. Frankincense or freesias for a smell and a memory, please, for you when she comes around you, for you to know that that's the smell that she will give, and for you to know that she is around you, my darling. She's quite fussy about her clothes as well, please, your sister, as you are as well. And I feel she's telling me, she's joking at you, and she's saying that you're quite a hoarder. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, please.
I feel like I've got bags of shoes and something just won't let go of. And she's like, oh, gee, she hasn't worn it for years. She never will. Oh, and she's just made a joke about, you keep promising yourself that one day you'll get back into them.
I'm trying to lose weight now.
Yeah. And that's exactly what she's saying to me. And she's laughing about it. Your sister's got a beautiful vibration. She really has. Now, this gentleman that you're with, he's stuck through you, through thick and thin, please, my darling. Thick and thin. Yep.
Is he thick or thin? Yes.
I feel this gentleman has been around you for a while. It's not a brand new relationship, please.
Right. 9 years. 10 years this year. 10 years this year.
Yeah. And she's saying to me, I hope you can hear me, she's saying that she has been there with you through thick and thin, thick and thin, thick and thin, all right? And that he's had his own things to deal with, but she's telling me there sure is a commitment coming. There sure is a commitment coming, sis. Just be rest assured, all right? And I feel it's going to be later on this year, okay? There's a particular kind of ring, and she's telling me you've dropped enough hints, the poor guy can't get away from it. It's hilarious. And yeah, so that's definitely coming, my love. It's going to be a beautiful ring as well. But it's going to be quite comical how he proposes to you. There's going to be a memory or something that's made you both laugh and you've been out and about. So most certainly unexpected, definitely. All right?
Okay, thank you so much.
You are so welcome, my darling. So, so welcome. And I'll speak to you again some other time.
I can definitely relate. That was awesome.
Oh, good. I'm glad I could help you, my love. I'm glad I could help you. Lots of love to you. I think I've got someone else calling now. Thank you, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Take care. You're so welcome. Enjoy the rest of your day. And just know that and also, can you give love to Mum as well, please, my love, all right?
Yes, she needs it. She's taken it very hard. It's only been 2 months.
Yeah, you need to give love to her, please. She's having, very hard. It's very difficult. She's having problems with her eating. She's off her food. She's not taking care of herself.
She's also sister passed away eating pancakes.
She's around her.
My sister passed away eating. My sister passed away eating pancakes on pancakes. So like now, my mom is having a hard time eating and eating because in her mouth, her suffering, and it's just very hard for her to eat. Every time she eats, she thinks about how she passed away.
Yeah, and that's exactly the connection there, and that's exactly what she's saying to me, is all this food and her having troubles to eat. So there we go. So just evidence that your sister is around you, and just please pass on to your mum that she's safe in the world of spirit. She's back home. She's covered in love. Love is all around her. And please just make sure you pass it on to Mum, my love, okay? And if you ever want to read with me, you can find me on Facebook, or my website is The Modern Day Medium, all right?
What is your name?
My name is the Modern Day Medium, the Modern Day Medium.
Okay, thank you.
And I do Skype and Facebook, obviously. I'm doing it now. So, all right.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Lots of love, my darling. Take care, sweetheart. Bye. Oh, lovely. So I've got my next caller now coming through. Sorry, I got carried away chit-chattering there. Hello, who have I got here now?
This is Courtney.
Courtney?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening to me. Well, good evening for me. Good afternoon for you. How are you, Courtney? Are you well?
I'm okay. Yes, thank you.
Good. How can I help you, please, my sweetheart?
I'm just wondering what the living situation that I'm in now, how it's going to affect my daughter and myself in the future, or if it will, because.
Okay, honey. Oh, don't tell me too much then, so because I can just linking and go where I'm going. Right. The first thing I definitely feel with you, Courtney, is despite what you've just told me, is I'm feeling very unstable. I'm feeling all over the place. I'm feeling that you're almost like you're putting makeup on to cover up how you're feeling, if that makes sense to you, please, for security, stability, and what is going on around you. I need to say I feel you've been through quite a rough patch as well, my darling, very emotional, and it's been very hard for you, my love, okay? I'm feeling like my heart has been almost broken, but not just broken. I feel that there's been shouting and some sort of abuse around you as well, I'm sorry to say, and that you haven't been treated going back a few months. You haven't been treated how you should have been or should be treated, okay? Now, I need to tell you, darling, you're very well looked after in the world of spirit, and thank goodness you've come through today, because you need to hold tight. Your circumstances are most certainly going to change. There is improvement coming in for you, and you will be provided and protected and taken care of. I need to say to you, you're going to get to the point where enough is going to be enough is going to be enough. And it's like, that's it, I'm done. And that is when all this support is going to come in around you. It's almost like it's waiting for you to make your decision before you move or things improve for you. I feel a bit like you're in a little bit of a holding place at the moment until you make your mind up. But I feel that you've just about had enough, all right? It's like this situation, you're skating on thin ice. It's like at any minute you're going to snap, you're going to have enough. That's it. I've had it. I'm done. All right? But you need to sit tight for a little bit longer, my love. It's not the right time for you to make any decisions. And please wait for everything to be lined up for you. And just trust that this will happen. I have to say to you that your daughter is an absolute bundle of joy, my love. Absolute bundle of joy. Masses of energy. It doesn't worry her. So you must take this pressure off yourself, please, if you can understand that. The only person it's affecting, and I know it's upsetting you a lot, is mainly you at the moment, sweetheart. But please, 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 just be rest assured that you're a wonderful mother and you're doing the best that you can. Now, there are going to be big changes coming in for you, for sure, my love. There's going to be work, commitment. The work is going to be changing, so I need to come into round about March time for you as well. I feel this need for huge independence for you and standing on your own 2 feet. But you need to believe you can do it to start off with. And this is where all of this inner strength and inner healing and everything is coming in for you at the moment. And the more and more you realize that you're capable, the more and more this is going to happen. You're supported by family quite a lot as well, but you keep a lot to yourself, please, Courtney, if you can understand that. You're not very forthcoming with how you're not very forthcoming with what's going on and how you're feeling, sweetheart. You start opening up Pandora's box a little bit more, you'll find there'll be more help there for you. All right? Stand strong, Courtney, and stand in your own power if you can understand that. Don't let anybody else take your power or the essence of who you are away, because that's your God-given right. Now, you're hilarious as well. You've got great fun. You really have. And this is all going to be coming back to you. Courtney, I have to say, it looks like, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm doing a dance or music or yoga or ballet or anything like this. And this really does help you and help your vibration. I think you enjoy singing, and you just enjoy this vibrational of music, etc., as does your daughter. So this will be very healing for you as well. Yeah, this will be very healing.
Yeah, we like little dance parties.
Yeah, no, I can see it. And your daughter's laughing, and she's loving it, and she's leaping around. And this is just carry on with this, and just trust that the situation will get better. You're going to be in a nicer property, a nicer place, and also it's going to feel. If it makes sense, I feel like it might be a bit smaller and warmer. It just feels more like home. Yeah?
Yeah, because this is really, really big house, and it doesn't feel like home, you know.
Yeah. And oh, look, I have to give you this. This is a perfect card for you. So it's going to be a bit smaller. It's going to be warmer. It's going to be home. And I feel like you're going to put your feet up on the sofa and put your feet up wherever you want and not get told off for it. I don't know why I'm telling you that, but that's what I feel, darling. You'll be doing what you want. And look at this. I've got to give you this. It's Pegasus. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see it. You can just hear me. You probably can't. You can watch it back on YouTube. Let me read you this card. So Pegasus is the horse that raises and rises back up again, a bit like the phoenix, if you can understand. Yeah. So the card says, to fly among the clouds. This is the power of freedom that Pegasus releases in us. This magnificent creature comes to us in times of greatest need, to lift us above the ordinary, to take us to places extraordinary, go beyond your perceived limitations, and open your heart to dreams. Courtney, how perfect is that for you?
Oh, that is so perfect. We were talking about the phoenix yesterday, a friend of mine, and about her getting a tattoo of the phoenix and how symbolic it is. That's crazy.
And that really is exactly what I feel for you and what I see for you, and you rising up and coming up and finding your own power, and just whoever it is or whatever it is that's been taking it from you, you're going to start claiming it back, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't you think that there is? Because there isn't, my love, all right?
Okay.
So full steam ahead, sit tight, just know that it's not quite the right time
to make a move.
Your daughter, your daughter is quite spiritual, my love.
Isn't she? I've had many people come up to me and say, she's going to be something someday. She is something else. Like, I have compliments all the time on her.
Yeah, no, I'm being shown spiritually that her vibration vibrates quite high. Everything seems to just brush off from her. She's an absolute delight, like a rainbow child, I need to say to you. So it's very important you take care of her vibrational needs as she grows and grows more.
Okay.
So that's why music...
Oh, look at her. She just walked in just now. That's funny from school.
Oh, bless her. And that's why music and vibration and everything like that is literally so important for her, all right? I'd also ask you to just to prop a little rose quartz under her pillow when she goes to sleep, please, my love. This is just a lovely crystal, all for love, just to keep her safe. Not that she's not safe, she is, but it's just a beautiful thing, a beautiful vibration to add to her vibration. She's quite forthcoming, your daughter. She says it as it is.
Oh, yeah.
She's pretty straight talking. She's going to go on and help a lot of people. Yeah, she's an absolute delight, my love.
Thank you so much for that. AM Day, you're a delight. Oh, man, yeah, she loves crystals, so I'm going to do that,
Yeah, please do that. Please do that. And if ever she's going through a hard time or a troubled time or anything like that, just get her to hold her crystal or crystals, and then she can just give this vibration to the crystal or give her troubles away to the crystal, if that makes sense. And it's like
because she holds on to them.
Sorry?
Yeah, because she holds on to her worries so much inside that she doesn't let them go.
And
she's asking for somewhere to put it. Yeah, perfect.
So she can give them to the rose quartz and know that this rose quartz is all for love, all for her. Get her to choose it herself. This is her crystal, and she can tell it everything it needs to do, and it will get rid of all the anger, and it will get rid of all the emotions for her. And then you can just wash it and get her to wash it. And then you can just say, there you go, it's all gone now. And you've spoken about it. It's a wonderful way to get her to get rid of all her worries. She works empathetically, and she takes on a lot of other people's worries and problems, my love. All right?
All the time, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that is a really good tool.
She's a healer. She wants to hug everybody, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. So with her doing that, she'll be taking on other people's energy. So it's important for her to disperse it, my love.
Okay, we'll go pick out a rose quartz for her.
Yeah, not clear quartz. That vibration might be a bit much for her at the moment, but a nice rose quartz is perfect for her.
Rose quartz.
Rose quartz. All right. And so if you ever want to find me, if you want a one-to-one reading, I'm the Modern Day Medium. You can find me.
I follow you on Facebook.
Yay! Hey, say hi to me then. So you gave me a Skype reading.
I sure will.
Pass the word over there in America. I do quite a lot of readings in America. It's interesting.
Yeah, I've been waiting to get a reading from you for sure.
Yeah, so take those words, okay? And your daughter's an angel, so nice to talk to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Courtney. Bye-bye, my darling.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. You have a good afternoon and enjoy your dinner, whatever it might be. How lovely, how wonderful. And aren't Spirit amazing? Don't they just work amazingly? They just come in, drop in the words to me. It's almost like I'm having a conversation. It's exactly how it works for me. Spirit just come in, give me exactly what people need to hear. Even if they can't take it there and then, they certainly can do, and it normally always drops or lands later on. So I'm the Modern Day Medium. You can find me on Facebook, Skype, or on my website. I do Skype reading, Facebook Messenger reading, one-to-one reading, you name it, we can do it. The internet is a wonderful thing nowadays. It stops countries from not being able to give readings. I can do them all over the world, so that's marvellous. So everybody, enjoy your evening, whatever you're doing, wherever you are, or your afternoon. Be safe and take care, with lots and lots of love from me, the Modern Day Medium, and I will be back next Tuesday, same time, same place, in my beautiful healing room here, waiting to speak and give readings to you all from the world of spirit. So just
A1R, psychic, metaphysical and wellness radio. A breath of fresh air. This is A1R, a product of Positive Peak.
My name is Ruth Rusi, and this is how I live United. I read to children as part of United Way's education program. It helps them create links between language and literacy and prepares them for a better academic future. I figure I have the time and they have the need. My name is Ruth Rusi. I help kids prepare to succeed in school. So I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
A1R, lifestyle, healing and wellness radio. A breath of fresh air. This is A1R, a product of Positive Peak.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light around the world, around the universe, off into space, into other dimensions, the multiverse. All of you guys, welcome. Welcome to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, find out what's going on in our lives, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. The key is what we can do about it, because if there was nothing we could do about it, what would be the point of looking, right? I mean, who cares? If you're doomed, you're doomed. You know, you may be doomed to a good time, maybe doomed to a bad time, but you know, you can change these things. That's the whole point. It makes no sense to look into the future if there's nothing we can do about it. So what we're going to do now tonight with a few callers is look into the future the way it is now. After you get a reading, the future will be different. The future will always be different because now you have more information. And that's what it's all about. A tarot reading is information. That's why I tell people there really is no such thing as a bad tarot reading. I mean, that's why they over-dramatize them in movies, showing people getting a card reading that says you're going to die at 11:50, you know, on a railroad train. You know, well, I never take the train. Next thing you know, the person is on a train and going to die. You know, that's movies for you. That doesn't happen with real life and tarot cards. Otherwise, people wouldn't have been using them for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. The oldest surviving tarot cards we have go back to the 1400s. So this has been going on quite a while. Some say it goes back to the library at Alexandria, which was destroyed in ancient Egypt. They say that the tarot cards just might be the last remnant of that wonderful library where, the repository of 500,000 books. You know, there was an interesting law. You speak about laws, you know, we have loads of laws, and everybody, well, how can I phrase this? There was a law in ancient Alexandria that if you arrived in Alexandria and you owned a book, get this, and you owned a book, you had to give that book to the librarian, who would then copy it and give it back to you. Sometimes they would give back the copy and then keep the original, which is, you know, people never change. We still have people who do things like that. I knew a guy who had his home. He came from a famous show business family, so he sent his home movies to a well-known TV talk show host who was a merchant of nostalgia, shall we say. And when the guy returned them, he returned copies. See, so this is just like Alexandria. People just don't change. People are people. So anyway, that's where the repository, all the books in Alexandria, they had 500,000 books there. And we don't know to this day who burned them. Some say the Muslims burned them. Some say the Christians burned them. Some say the Romans burned it. Well, nobody knows who burned any of that stuff. It's lost to time. But there was a persistent theory that a book was smuggled out. And that book was put into the form of playing cards and handed to the gypsies so that nobody would ever suspect that it was a very deep philosophical book. And that's considered the tarot cards. That's one of the origin stories of the tarot cards. There are many of those. There are many. I love reading the origin stories for tarot cards. I think I may even just make up one of my own and join in with the tradition of making up stories. But there are so many of them, I wouldn't know what to do. Maybe I'll link it to UFOs. Who knows? It might as well. They've linked tarot to everything else. Might as well link it to flying saucers. The beauty of the cards, though, is there is no bad news in the cards. There's just news. There's data. There's information. You may not hear what you want to hear, but that's good, too, sometimes. I think you'll notice if you're a regular listener to this show that most of the readings, if not nearly all of them, turn out great. You know, they're very positive and upbeat, and there's a reason for that. And I've been trying to think about it, and I think it's because people who call for a reading, they know what the problem is. Now that's 90% of the battle right there. Most people don't have a clue what's going on. And if you can identify what's happening in your life and you can deal with it, you're 90% home. You know, you're there. You're gonna deal with it. And that's the other thing. Calling up somebody and asking for help, that shows that you're willing to deal with a situation, and that puts the odds of things working out well on your side. However, there are times when the reading will show something that the person doesn't want to hear. And we can handle that too. We can deal with that. We can do magical work to send out positive energy. We can use just a magical book that almost everybody has in their house. They just don't know it's a magical book. It's the Book of Psalms. And I'm always armed with a textbook right by the microphone here so that I can pull out something from the Book of Psalms that may help a person in a given situation. So that's what we're going to do tonight. We do that every night. Every night. I'd love to. But we do it every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. That's how I tell the time now. I do it in 4 time zones. Not to mention the time zones in London and Australia and India and all the places I've gotten calls from. So why don't we get into the calls now? I'm going to get ready to do this now. I'm going to light some incense. Here. Yeah. Smoldering now. I've got some frankincense going, so it's nice and churchly here. I've got some candles going, and I'm going to now ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. But before I do that, I just want to get in that if you want to know more about what I do, go to my website. Check it out. There's like 60 pages of great stuff there. Look at the occult jewelry. I just put up some really nice new stuff there. It's talismans and amulets that'll take care of any need in your life. We can discuss that too at some point. So here comes the bell to declare sacred space. Now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window. And the first caller tonight is Ashley in Kentucky. Hi, Ashley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What do you think? What would you like to look at?
Really anything that pops up. I'm pretty open to any information at this point.
Okay, well, these are some interesting cards, and I've got to ask you a couple of questions. The first is, have you had a lot of troubles lately?
Yeah, in a lot of different areas.
Okay, because let me tell you, I ask you that because there's a card here that means that the troubles are over. That's why I asked. Now, of course, in order for troubles to be over, which is a great feeling, we have to have had troubles to begin with, which is not a great feeling. But this is the Ten of Swords, and it's a card that card scares a lot of people because it looks like somebody's dead, but that's not what that means at all. It shows a person lying in the mud face down with 10 swords in her back. Now, that's pretty gruesome, but what it means is the worst is over. It means that life threw its worst at you, and you can get up, and you'll be beaten a little bit. It hurts, but but the worst is over. Now, was it family trouble?
I am struggling the most with family, finances, relationships. Just kind of finding my ground.
Well, the main card I have here is the 3 of Swords, and that's a card of great sorrow and pain. And that is a card that generally means trouble within the family, but something, you don't have to discuss any of that. The main thing is that the card is the 10 of Swords, that first one here, which is the one that the worst is over. The next are an Ace of Rods and the Page of Coins. Now, those together